What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it!
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Players, Dirty Harrison! Mervyn!
Game on.
Being second in everything, they'll take that until we play tomorrow. Then I don't want second, then I want first.
Just be nice to play well again on Saturday and keep coming back here every time.
The ambition is always just keep progressing, just keep doing that and keep trying to win.
I know what I can do on a dart, but I was like, I just need to pull it out, and again it just sort of came out when the chips were down.
I'm confident. I'm really looking forward to it, and sorry Derek, but I'm hope I lift the trophy for you.
But I knew I could compete 100%. There's no doubt about that.
So receiving the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion.
The 141 players competed in this series, but the Super Six that have made it to the Super Series Champions Night have arrived at the venue and are ready to battle it out to take the top prize at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth, UK. What a venue, by the way, what a building. Whose prayers will be answered in the church tonight? It is the Series 10 Champions Week Grand Finals, and it is about to get underway. Hi there, welcome. It is indeed the Grand Final Champions Night here at the Super Series. The 6 players are in the practice room now completing their final preparations, and alongside me to analyse the action tonight, it's the asset Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar. Evening, gentlemen. We've come to the end of another series, and the magnitude of this is getting bigger and bigger, isn't it?
It certainly is, especially on a night where someone is going to win this for the first time. And I'm not just saying that because it's a new trophy. I'm saying it because we're going to have a new winner. And a lot of money is on the line tonight. People have dared to dream over the last 12 and a half weeks. Now someone can dare to win.
Yeah, we'll go through all of the players in a moment. Very different stories, very different journeys. But this trophy and this tournament seems to have found its place in darts now.
Yeah, it does, and it means so much to the players as well. We got a good glimpse of what it meant to them there, and a reminder of what David Davies flopping himself to the floor. We've seen tears of joy. We've seen stories develop, and we're going to see stories finish tonight for some people, and stories just beginning in regards to where they're going to go with their careers. And the importance has gone up. We saw what it meant to players to win a week, to get an opportunity to be here. Now they're down to the final 6 and one night to go, and someone's going to put their hands on that trophy. Absolutely.
12 players won their weeks. They've played it out this week and have been cut in half. Let's just give you a little reminder of the 6 that are in action this evening. Scotland's Scott Campbell won Group A at the Deaf with some stunning performances to make it through to his first Champions Night. Jensen Walker is also at the big occasion for the first time. The 18-year-old talent blitzed his way through Group C in an impressive campaign. Mervyn King needs little introduction. He won his week at the first attempt and is looking to win his debut series. Can the King rule tonight? Scarborough's Sam Spivey has been making waves in Series 10. The Seasider is the only ADC qualifier to make it to Champions Night. Derek Coulson, a breakthrough star in his 50s, is playing in his 3rd successive Champions Night. And after he reached the semi-finals in Series 9, David Davis is aiming to be the first Welshman to be a Super Series champion. And this is how they got here. Scott Campbell winning Group A earlier in the week. In Group C, Jensen Walker won that quite comfortably. Mervyn King going through with him. But a lot of drama in Group B last night. Sam Spivey, Derek Coulson and David Davis all coming through. But we'll start with that, because if we get that kind of drama tonight, then this audience and the viewers at home are in for a treat, aren't they?
Yes, they are. We were here until about 1:30 in the morning trying to finalise tonight's lineup. And Group B will live in the memory for all of the right reasons because of the drama. I'm sure Shane McGurk will not feel that way today and maybe for the next few days. But the fact is, it was so tight that everybody was still in with about 4 games to go. And usually at that point, we know our Super 6 for the week, or indeed for the Champions Night. Not in this case. It took a little bit longer.
Yeah, there were a few relieved players last night. And how will the players be feeling in the practice room now, building up to the big one?
They will be relieved to have got here, but now it'll be totally different. A lot of the time, the hard thing is getting to where you want to be. Because you have a goal in mind. I want to get to Champions Night. I want to get to the World Championship. I want to get to this. And the hardest thing is crossing the line and getting to that point. As we saw in the case of Derek Coulson, the amount of times he was knocking on the door. And then when it came to that one game, that one moment where you're going to step through and you're going to achieve the thing you want to achieve. Tonight, almost to start with, will feel like a reward. It'll feel like a reward for the week they won, the hard work they put in, the preparation and the stuff they've done to get to this point. It'll get down to the real nitty-gritty when those semi-finals start.
Plenty of you watching around the world, but it's an exclusive club here in the Live Lounge. Capacity crowd in this iconic venue, and Henry Deacon is downstairs taking in the atmosphere.
Well, perhaps it's not a surprise that I find myself by the bar here, but the atmosphere is certainly building up here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Amazing to think this is the 10th time we've done this here at a Champions Week at the Super Series. October 2022, it was Conan Whitehead who picked up the first time. And who thought when he was going to lift that trophy how things were going to change in all of that time? The landscape's definitely changed within the sport. It was only 2 years ago a certain Luke Littler was picking up the trophy on this particular stage. And it's fair to say it is a trophy now which harbours a lot of weight. Mervyn King, a man who's won a World Masters title, said that winning tonight would be one of the best things he's ever done in his career. For a lot of players, this would be their first real big title that they picked up. £25,000 for pretty much whole of the field, apart from Mervyn King, their biggest ever paycheck of their career. And maybe for one, the biggest ever trophy they will win. It's certainly building up here. It's packed out to capacity here at the Live Lounge tonight. And for somebody, a darting dream, well, it could well come true.
Absolutely, thanks Henry. Yeah, it's a place of legacy. He's mentioned Luke Littler there. Obviously, that name's going to be synonymous, but there are different journeys, aren't there? And we've got one player in Mervyn King who's stepped off the tour. He's already achieved great things in the game, but what would winning tonight mean for him at this stage in his career?
It would mean an awful lot, because when he was on the Pro Tour for a period of 6 or 7 seasons, it was tough, and through different conditions as well. And if you rewind to the times before this was here, imagine losing your tour privileges in your late 50s and you think, well, maybe this is it. These days, with the evidence of Coulson and King and some others, what we're seeing is that people come off said PDC Pro Tour and they've got new goals. And because of the win in week 9, Mervyn King has a renewed sense of, what can I do next? He's already spoken over the last few years about the fact that I can still be a major champion. He's probably looking like this is a major tonight.
Yeah, well, let's just get a quick word with Mervyn King then. Henry spoke to him a little earlier on.
You were mentioning yesterday parallels to the World Masters that you won in 2004 if you won tonight. What would lifting this trophy mean to you?
You have no idea. I mean, yes, it was fantastic winning the World Masters 2004, but you're looking 21 years ago now. That's a distant memory to me, fond memory, but something along those lines is this. And if I can lift this, it's parallel, and it would mean a great
Interesting there, Matt. Comparing winning tonight to the World Masters all those years ago, what do you make of that?
It shows the relevancy to his life and where he is right now in regards to when he won the World Masters, where that was relevant to his progression. And now, as we've discussed already, potentially where he feels he is within the game. Always maybe felt there was another big title in there, and this is the biggest one he'll put his hands on, certainly this year. And when we look at that, and we look at how relevant it is to his life right now, cast your mind back to when you was 18, 20, 21, and the things you did, you was a different person. It feels like a different life. And this will feel like a different thing to Mervyn King. We're not looking at Mervyn King in these pictures and seeing the Mervyn King that won the World Masters. This is a different version of him. He's changed, he's evolved for better or for worse. And right now, where he is in the sport, this would be a big, big title. And certainly, I can see the comparison.
Yeah, Paul, well, let's forget the history and just focus on how he's played this week. The numbers are there. What have you made of King's Champions Week campaign?
Played pretty well. Mervyn's always been a very hard taskmaster because when he puts in big displays, he will just tilt his head and say, well, it could have been better. Thing is, he's accomplished his mission again. He's only played in 2 weekly campaigns, this week and in week 9. He's made the Saturday both times. So he is getting used to succeeding in this place. And the last time he came here on a Saturday night, there were question marks, albeit from Group A, the same as this week. He'd go on to be undefeated in Group B in week 9, and then he would find his best form on the Saturday night. He'll be hoping to repeat that.
One player I do want to talk about, Derek Coulson, who, total opposite really, the story of him. This is how he's played this week. Remarkable average, really, 95 for the week. But he's emerged later in life, doesn't have the history that a Mervyn King has, really is enjoying his darts, finds himself at a 3rd straight Champions night.
It's quality, isn't it? It's a great story. I think we're going to see this story emerge quite a bit, actually, in the future as well. Those players that have sort of played locally and never really committed to the tours and the systems, so we don't know them like we know a Mervyn King. We don't know them from things like the PDC or various World Championships. They're sort of going to be discovered sort of late on in life. And there's so many of them out there, and I think this is an inspirational story that Derek Coulson is painting here. And there'll be a lot of people sat at home watching this going, I could do that. I could follow that journey as well. But it also leaves me with a question mark as well here. Because when I look at this Champions Week, Derek Coulson has got into a position to qualify on multiple occasions. And people have raised their game against him. That just gives me a little bit of a warning here that maybe people know he's a quality player, but they don't fear him yet. And he doesn't have that fear factor. And a title like this tonight would certainly give him that.
And one of the players that stopped him was Scott Campbell in Group A. Brilliant performance against him, as Matt just mentioned, 109 average. What have you made of Scott this week? And he's had a couple of days off after, well, his reward for winning that group.
Yeah, he's been really good. Outsider, of course, to win Group A. He would go on to win it. I've been really impressed with his composure, the way he's been able to think his way through different challenges, showing his vast experience, maybe not the same kind that Mervyn King has got, but he's got plenty of it. But I like that he was able to find his best darts when he really needed it. He got better as each day went on, but my only worry for Campbell tonight is that it took him a couple of days to find his best game. Tonight, he doesn't have that luxury. He's going to have to find it, maybe with one game out the way. If he gets a win in his first game, great. If he doesn't, he's going to have to snap into gear immediately.
I know you were really surprised that he was the outsider, and he certainly proved that he shouldn't have been. Matt, just have a look at his numbers there for the week. Certainly going to be a runner based on that.
Oh, absolutely. It's quality, and there's a great story there as well with Scott Campbell that I really like as well. The fact that he's coming back to the sport, he's starting to travel, he's starting to go into tournaments, he's committing to it now. He was, during sort of our youth days, one of the players to really keep an eye on. We all thought he was going to be a big player within the sport, and life took over. Things get in the way, family life, different expenses, different priorities take over, and darts just went down the pecking order. And he was right to say, well, if I can't give it 100%, why am I going to invest the time and the effort and travel and sacrifice a standard lifestyle if I cannot put in 100%? He's got to a point now where actually he's in a crossroads where actually I can commit a little bit more. I can do a little bit more with this system. And what he's finding is when he's gone out there, he's done well. And that's going to be encouraging. And tonight could be a moment where he really looks at it and goes, I've now got a bit of financial money behind me. I've got a big title behind me. It probably get some more interest from sponsorship and endorsements that could help support him. And we may see what could be a big turning point in his career. Because if he picks this up tonight, I think we see Scott Campbell go from Scott Campbell part-time player to something where he's going to commit.
It's interesting. 3 players we've discussed, 3 different stories. Look, teenage talents emerging at the Super Series. That's been done before. But if Jensen Walker were to take the title tonight, would that really rubber stamp his emergence as a really promising player?
Yeah, I actually think it would be ahead of schedule. I think you look at someone like Littler, who's won this title twice. Did we expect him to do what he did a couple of years ago? Maybe we expected him to win, but maybe not so quickly. With Jensen, I think what we have to do is not compare him to Littler, but what we have seen this week from Jensen is a vast improvement in composure after he's had bad moments. A bad game at the start of Group C, he bounced back and he was the best player in the group. So I admire that. I think we should judge him from what he's doing this week, which is very, very good, but maybe not put too much pressure on him. But I think if he was to get close tonight, that will be a win of sorts. But you know what he's like. He's going to want the whole thing, and if he doesn't get it, he'll be vastly disappointed.
Sam Spivey, the only ADC qualifier from this series to make it through to Champions Night, and he had to do it the hard way, didn't he? He had to go up and grab it after a disappointing run of results last night and all that drama in Group B. That should serve him well for this evening.
He's shown something special last night, and he's shown a real talent. He was someone who was brought to my attention when he got here to the Super Series. And when you do that, when you're seeing the story unfold, and when they don't have the experience of some of the players that we've got here, you can't draw on it and feel reliable with them in certain situations because they're learning on the job. And it got to a point last night where the results were starting to go against him, the performances were starting to drop, the darts were starting to miss, they were starting to land in at different angles, and you think, right, the pressure's getting to him now. This is the moment where this is maybe a bridge too far. And he goes into that last game and averages over 100. And he held it together so well, the composure. And from that point, you look at him and you learn and you go, we've actually got a player on our hands here. And he went through his nervous point last night. He's not going to come into this and think he'd be edgy at the start of the game. He's going to come into this and feel this is a reward for the effort he put in at the end of yesterday.
The bookies keep forgetting about David Davis. We're not going to forget about him. We'll have a little chat about him as well, because this is actually his second straight Champions Night, and he seems to be the type of player that just makes those incremental steps, and, well, he could scale the mountain tonight, couldn't he?
I'm such a big fan of Davies. I love the way he operates. He's a hard worker, and obviously since he won his first weekly title here, he's been to a Champions Night at the end of 2024. He made the semi-finals, which is the best run of anybody who's here tonight. I know there are only two players who have been here before. Derek Coulson's in his third. But since then, he's become a Welsh international. And just looking at and listening to some of the words that Matthew was saying there about Derek Coulson, for instance, that he doesn't have the fear factor about him. I think Davies has got a little bit of that more than ever. I think he's got a great chance of winning tonight because there are going to be people talking about King and Coulson and maybe Jensen Walker. But Davies is dangerous. We've said it all week. He was 33-1 to win Group B. He was within a couple of legs of doing it. So he's going to be ready for this.
Well, tonight, as always, the players are split into two groups, 3 in each, and the top 2 go through to the semi-finals after a round robin. Campbell, Coulson and King make up Group 1, Spivey, Walker and Davis in Group 2, and the odds compilers have, once again, gone with David Davis as the outsider at 7-1. Scott Campbell 11-2, and then Sam Spivey, Jensen Walker and Derek Coulson joint second favourites. Mervyn King is the favourite. Let's get a quick reaction from each of you, and if you can follow that up with a prediction, I would be very grateful.
Well, Campbell was the outsider to win Group A. He won it. David Davies was the outsider to win Group B. After the first day, he almost did it. It seems to me like some of the punters and the odds compilers are not getting the message. They might be the danger players. I'm not surprised to see Mervyn at the top. I'm not surprised to see Derek a little bit behind Mervyn in that regard. Mervyn might be the favourite in a lot of people's eyes, but my prediction is Davies. I think he's on the right track, and I think he's ready to win.
Matt?
Well, I knew this question was coming. I've researched it. Good 2 hours this afternoon, looking through, trying to find a reason to say that is my prediction, and this is why. And the problem was I found that with all 6 players. Every one of them I could find a reason. So it's kind of going on feeling. I wouldn't be surprised to see Mervyn King win it. Jensen Walker wouldn't shock me. But I think I'm going to go with Scott Campbell, the winner of Group A. I think it would be an amazing story to have here at the Super Series, and it would be one that would be nice to see unfold.
Nice to see you both put your necks on the line as well. If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus, gambleaware.org. The opening match is Mervyn King against Scott Campbell. We've been counting down to it, but you can put your feet up and just watch the action and drama unfold as Champions Night is about to get underway.
Ball again. Oh, it's a beauty.
Second leg, Scott Campbell. Well, welcome back here to the Modus Super Series. It is Champions Night, of course, in Series 10 on Pluto TV. And yes, we are ready. And of course, the players are ready. And now from Group 1, it's match number 1. Please welcome our Week 6 champion, Scott Campbell, and our Week 9 champion, the King, Mervyn King.
Let's get it. Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win. Win. I'm on 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do. I know they envy me. Feet on the floor. What they gonna say now? We came along from last place. Bottom to top of the fast pace.
Here we go then. Without further ado, the action is about to get started. And Mervyn King is looking to take the crown on his debut Modus Super Series campaign. Got through as his weekly win. The first time he came here, he won. Scott Campbell, his opponent, 35 years of age from Aberdeen up in Scotland, the winner of Week 6, his opponent. And the winner of Group A this week, a group that contained Mervyn King. Campbell reigned in that one. But now 59, King won Week 9. His very first visit to the Live Lounge saw him succeed, and he's got his eyes on the prize tonight. But it's a tough opponent in his opening match. They're going to have to be on it from the start. It's only a race to 4 legs in every single match tonight. And refereeing all of them is a legend in Paul Hinks. And guiding you through the action for this one is Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Leg, Scott's are through first. Game on.
In the eternal words of Mills Lane, let's get it on. It doesn't seem that long ago since Series 1, which was won by Conan Whitehead, but now, 9 series later, we will have a new champion.
49.
Series 10 has been exceptional. We have welcomed legends into the fold in the last few weeks, the likes of Whitlock, Beaton, and King.
137.
But of those 3 legends, only one stands with a chance, and that is Mervyn. Matthew Edgar's with me for the first game of the night, and you have a suspicion that
100.
The Scotland captain, Mervyn King's opponent, he's got a really good chance tonight.
Yeah, he's been developing well, but there's one little thing that concerns me very slightly.
58.
And it was something you picked up on in the pre-show when you mentioned about the fact it took Scott Campbell a couple of games or a couple of days to get going. Now, one thing that is very different on a Saturday night is the fact of having the walk-ons and then having just those 6 practice
58.
starts. He's got the throw. The throw's in danger already. When you're playing your Group A, you may get 3 minutes, 2 minutes during the advert break to get up there, have a good 15, 18 darts,
58.
settle into the stage. He hasn't got that luxury tonight. He's had 6 darts and he's got to hit the ground running.
Just to paint a bit of a picture as well, we always talk about how people got here. Campbell, winning Group A this week, is looking to do something
60.
that only Luke Littler has done on a Champions Night, and in turn, in a Champions Week. And that is win Group A and win the title.
140.
That was back in Series 3. As for Mervyn, his route, it did involve Group A. He would come through Group C.
96.
And there's only ever been one person who's gone through Group A and Group C to win the title, and that was Andreas Harrison in Series 7. This shot is still alive. Not anymore. It's a bit of a slow start from these two players, but you can thoroughly understand that.
You'd expect it, wouldn't you? Big, big night for Scott Campbell, an opportunity to pick up his biggest prize check of his career. He could start it with a very famous checkout.
Looking to go his own way.
I don't mind that way, actually, when you look at the breakdown.
80.
Works out quite well.
Moving your car, 74.
To take the first leg against the darts. It's going to be tops.
54.
If he has
Scott
missed
Lucar,
this week,
58.
it has predominantly been slightly low. And Campbell is one of the more deliberate players, but no hesitation here.
Game
And he gets the settler.
Scott Campbell.
Great start from Scott.
Second leg moving you through.
He doesn't look too pleased, but you take the first leg of the night, that's never a bad thing.
But how many times do you see players rely on feel? How do I feel in the moment? Do I feel I'm throwing
83.
them right? And that's why sometimes you'll see people get a positive result, a 140, a 180, winning a leg, and still not look happy. And that'll just be because Scott Campbell just felt a little bit edgy during that leg. This is a chance now to sort of relax
100.
into the game. He's got the leg on the board, he's defended his throw, he's now on the Mervyn King darts. This is a chance just to try and relax into the action.
45.
Mervyn's only lost one game on a Saturday night in this place. It was to Steve West, but it was in a game where they were both going to the semi-finals anyway. So in matches that have
100.
a bearing, he hasn't lost on a Saturday night. And this has got bearing. And he's got 3. First of the night. Expect more.
Sort of been Mervyn King's week, really, that hasn't it? Just when you're starting to potentially write him off in a scenario, just when you think he's getting under a bit of pressure, he comes back with either a big finish or a maximum shot.
And boy, did he do that in week 9. The 157 he took out against Charlie
43.
Martin. It is arguably the finish of the series.
Did the same earlier this week as well, didn't he? With the 164 finish as well. Can always just explode into life at any moment. And the players will be aware of that. And that is where that reputation does have that little bit of fear factor as well.
90. Moving the car, 150.
If he doesn't take this out, he risks a 2-0 deficit. It's going to be hotter in here tonight as well.
Scott Lucar, 88.
With around about 100 plus people in the live lounge. That heat will permeate the stage. It will be very different to Monday to Friday. Bullseye for Campbell.
63. Moving your car,
Good
18.
effort. Grazes the wire. But choices here for King. Straight for it.
Oh, it's a great dart. It maybe didn't hit the double 9 in the place that he was aiming. It just fell in at the last. But he'll be very happy to see that land.
And we used the word relief quite a bit, didn't we, in the opening of the show? And I think right now that's probably how Mervyn King will be feeling. Because it can get away from you very, very quickly in these little mini groups. Last thing you want to do
100.
is take a heavy defeat early on and then have to hope for other results and chase throughout the night. We had enough of that in Group B.
$140.
Nobody has ever won week 9 of a series and then the whole shebang. It's never happened.
140.
The most popular week that someone has triumphed and then gone on to win the series is number 10. Funnily enough, this is Series 10.
78.
And the Week 10 champion is here tonight in David Davies.
Well, when the Modus Super Series first started, we said on commentary and in our assessments many times that actually winning your week late in the series is an advantage because you've still got that positive feeling, that vibe, and you just go straight back to it. You don't come away. Look at Alex Small this week, winner of week 1. Didn't produce the same level as he did when he won his week.
2 of the last 3 champions have come from the first half of the series. But that booked a bit of a trend. Lovely first start. Double 14.
93.
This is a big ask from King, but where have we seen shots like this before this week? That's right, pretty much everywhere.
Would hope to have shaved a little bit more for that. Still leaves him work to do. Scott Campbell may feel comfortable here. Just 12 scoring darts to get him to this stage. That's a good leg. That's improvement from Campbell. Settling into this, however.
21. Moving your car,
Mervyn King back to the board.
Does he have the luxury of allowing Mervyn to have this shot? He'll go right by about half a yard. Or maybe a yard. It's just missed. He was hopeful, but it's not there.
$96.
This is tricky for Campbell.
7.
Double 2. My word, this is tricky.
3.
The line was good.
Moving your car 8.
But he was throwing from about an inch further back when he went left on the oche.
This will be a bit of heartbreak here for Scott Campbell. He was down to a double after 11 darts. His 12th dart was at the outer ring. And he hasn't been able to convert it. Mervyn King, after 17 darts, breaks the throw. And that's why you just get that little tilt of the head to the side there from Mervyn King. He knows that he didn't quite beat Scott Campbell in that one. Scott Campbell will feel like he's lost it.
Well, if you are new to Super Series action live on Pluto TV,
57.
We've got 2 groups for you. Campbell, Coulson and King in Group 1. Spivey, Walker and Davies in Group 2. They all have 2 games to play in their respective groups. You get 2 points for a win, nothing for a loss. The top 2 players from said groups will progress to the knockout semi-finals.
81.
They'll be separated by points. If we can't separate them by that, it will be leg difference. If it's not that, it's legs won. And then we have the possibility of a 9-dart shootout if all 3 are the same. That has never happened on a Champions Night.
140.
Interesting that last throw of Mervyn King. Just a little quicker. Quicker in the delivery. Once that first dart goes in, maybe just trying to find a bit of rhythm, trying to find
60.
a bit of flow. Which is going to be quite hard here against a player like Scott Campbell, who does like to take his time.
And King yesterday was referencing the fact that he does have a bit of discomfort here this week. He's here now. He'll be fighting through
100.
it.
And you tend to feel those things, don't you? Things like any discomforts, any knocks, injuries, pulls, temperature. anything like that. You tend to
95.
notice when you're under
Scorecard
pressure.
121.
You don't notice them as much when you're in comfortable environments.
He doesn't have to go the 11 department here. Well, this time the single
81.
14 is useful. Again, there's that little bit of improvement from Campbell, leaving a double after 12 this time.
125.
And a great
Scorecard
bounce back
40.
from having his throw broken, but needs to convert.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And that'll make him feel
Scott
a million
Campbell.
times better now. Scott Campbell getting the throw straight back.
Fifth leg,
The
Scott to
scoring
throw
power's
first.
there.
Game on.
I know what you were like when it came to big matches, Matt. World Championship, things like that. You would always make sure that everything was positive. What you wore was important. What you were using had to be prime, no pun intended. But I'm surprised that the Rangers fan from Scotland is wearing red tonight. Well, maybe it's a sign because he's just hit red there 3 times.
There's a lot of signs lofted in the air there, wasn't there? 180.
86.
First one of the night for Scott Campbell. But yeah, but you've got to make sure that everything is sort of perfect. You don't know. This might be Scott Campbell's biggest night of his darting career. And that's videos, that's clips, that's things you're going to keep for the rest of your
23.
life. And that is a bit of misfortune that's going to allow Mervyn King to close the gap that was created by the maximum.
But should he have stayed there?
Debatable, yes. It was blocked.
57.
I've seen a few darts this week from some players who have the same angle of attack in the board. They're going for a target that is blocked. He did not need to stay on the 60 there. But he's gotten away with it.
And how much of that is players
56.
who don't play a lot of recorded darts matches? Scott Campbell is very new to the cameras, and I'm sure once he watches it back, he'll see and he'll understand the behaviour of his darts a lot more than
94.
sort of the player's eye view that you get, where you just go, oh, I can power that one past there. And you have that stubborn approach.
It does feel like Campbell's got a better range on the treble 20 all of a sudden.
98.
4 of the 6 players coming into tonight are averaging over 90 for the week. That is a sign of the quality. But this dart that is falling short is now starting to annoy Mervyn.
94.
He's needing that
Scorecard
54.
144.
He can power one in. Double 12. We might not see a better finish tonight than that.
Scott Campbell.
To take the lead, that is very impressive.
6 leg Mervyn to throw first. Game on.
That groan from the crowd, that groan of gratitude of, wow, that was good. They were right.
They'll also know how it feels to be Mervyn King, won't they? Standing at the back of the
96.
stage, seeing that one go in. Knowing there's nothing you can do about it. And that's one of the real exciting things about darts. An unopposed game. It doesn't matter if you've won multiple major titles. If your opponent's got a shot to win, you can't stop them.
Yeah, you can't just jump in front of your opponent and say, boo. Sometimes you wish you could.
140.
But Campbell is the better player now.
The old psych-out mentality.
$57.
This is their 4th game of the week. In Group A, Campbell won 2 of the 3 meetings. A lot of people were referencing Scott when he won Group A by virtue of 2 ton plus averages in his last 2 matches. Saying he's such a great player, he's a great guy, and they're absolutely right. But friendships go out the window on Saturdays. And Campbell is 221 points away
27.
from inflicting a very bruising defeat on Mervyn.
He's getting a lot of opportunities, isn't he, Scott Campbell? And it's really evident and easy to see where that's coming from. The 140 columns. Scott Campbell, 7 scores of 140 or more against just the 2 of
60.
Mervyn King.
And he is the person who occupied 5th position with the odds compilers. Let us remind you, he was the outsider to win Group A.
161.
That was wrong. He proved everybody wrong.
Well, if we're going off the odds compilers, Mervyn King was the favourite to win this title, and right now he's in big, big trouble of losing this opening game. Decisions to be made, though, here by Campbell. He's looked to see where Mervyn King is. Doesn't need to chase down the treble 17 and Bolt, and just looks to set it up. May look in the middle of the board here.
99.
That's what I thought too. Maybe a 25 or a bullseye that would have taken him to something under 60
100
was the shot.
Got the car 62.
The fact that he still needs a treble, does it make any difference? Because right now he can win on double 16.
46.
That was rushed.
Mervyn to a car 96.
Mervyn has incredible staying powers on Saturday nights. He needs more. This time,
39.
he doesn't have the access
Got the car
code
16.
to leg number 7. Maybe that leg isn't needed. Scott Campbell for a 4-2 victory, which would mean he wouldn't have to win his second match to qualify for the semi-finals.
Game shot in the match.
A 4-2 victory
Campbell.
it is for the man from Aberdeen. And Mervyn King in Group 1 has got a lot to do when he returns to the Oki in game number 3 against his nemesis, Derek Coulson. That is a really good performance from Scott Campbell. Very similar to the kind of stuff he's been doing all week long. But that 144 checkout, it really, really was an exceptional moment to find it, to give him the lead. A lead he would never relinquish. 2 180s in the first game. I'm sure we're going to get more, but the only ton plus checkout belongs to Campbell, and 2 points are his in group number 1.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn and the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. Before the break, Scott Campbell got off to a flying start, beating Mervyn King with the aid of this spectacular 1-4-4 checkout. Went on to win the game 4-2, and the Scot has made the perfect start to Champions Night. Mervyn King is going to have to beat Derek Coulson in the next game in Group 1, but our attentions turn now to Group 2, where Sam Spivey is going to take on David Davis. Both these players started here as ADC qualifiers. Davis has carried on climbing the ladder. He is here for his second successive Champions Night. Sam Spivey as an ADC qualifier in this series at his first, and Paul Starr will get the players to the stage.
Well, welcome back to the party in Portsmouth. We're coming to you live on Pluto TV from the Modus Live Lounge. Well, of course, it's Champions Night here at the 10th Modus Super Series, and we're ready, and the players are ready. So from Group 2, it's match number 1. Please welcome our Week 3 champion, Sam Spivey, and our Week 10 champion, David Davis.
Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win. I'm on 10. Hello, I'm Himothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do. I know they envy me. Feet on the flow.
So the first match in Group 2 about to get underway, and it features Seaside Sam Spivey and David Davis of Denbigh in Wales. Spivey from Scarborough, winner of Week 3, as mentioned, came through as an ADC qualifier and has made his way right through to the grand final. Davis, 40 years of age, twice a weekly winner, back-to-back series he's won his week, and in each of those series he's made it to Champions Night semi-finalist last time around. Can he go even better this time and become the first Welsh Super Series champion? Big game then for the pair of them to kick off their night. Who will get the win in this one? Let's find out in the company of Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, interesting group dynamic we've got here with Spivey, Davies and Walker, who we will see in game number 4.
Game on.
David Davies has got game 2 and game 4. He's in the position where he can be through before Sam Spivey plays his second match.
177.
But in as little as 3 darts, David Davies has been told, I want to beat you again. Because they're playing their 3rd consecutive night, and
59.
Spivey currently 2-0 against Davies this week.
That'll probably suit both players as well, in the fact that they're playing someone they've been with the last couple of days. It'll probably help them feel a little bit more comfortable in what will be a very uncomfortable environment right now. But I think any dangers, any doubts that was around Sam Spivey was answered yesterday in the way in which he booked his place here.
David has been to a Champions Night before. That was in the previous series at the end of 2024.
91.
That night, he beat Scott Taylor 4-2, then lost to Andreas Harrison by 4-2, but would make
100.
the semi-finals, where unfortunately he lost out to someone who is from the same county as Spivey. A certain Mr. Sykes.
117.
Tom has been to 2 finals on Champions Night, losing to Scott Taylor and to Darius Labanauskas. But Davies is the only player here tonight who has been
94.
to the semi-finals before. With darts like that, Sam Spivey might just get there. That's a tremendous start.
Second leg, David is through first. Game on.
And we spoke about experience a lot tonight, haven't we? The experience in Mervyn King, former World Masters champion, PDC Tour card holder for many years.
140.
But when we take a look at the experience of David Davies, it's very relevant. Because it's relevant to this room, it's relevant to this format, and it's relevant to this
96.
night.
And that number 10 has been hovering around this place for the last few weeks.
97.
Davies came through in week 10 at the expense of Tom Sykes and Jimmy Van Schie, who was going for 4 consecutive weekly titles,
60.
bridging last year and this year. He couldn't, the tall Dutchman, get through David Davies. He was too strong.
And they are 2 of the strongest players we have here at the Super Series. If we was to make a ranking list of players at the Super Series, you'd say Tom Sykes, Jimmy Van Schie would both be top 5.
I concur.
100.
But what would Davies be
124.
if he becomes the Series 10 champion tonight? That's up for debate, but only at the end of the night.
60.
He's looking to become the first Welsh champion. Others have tried. Others have come up short.
100. David O'Carr, 64.
Just like Spivey in the opening leg, David Davies looking for a comfortable hold of throw.
On double 8.
Game shown the second
This could
leg.
be a very
David
good match.
Davis.
It started brilliantly.
Third leg, Sam to through first. Game on.
We've never had a left-handed champion, Matt. We have to go all the way back to Series 1, where Graham Usher, funnily from the same town as Sam Spivey.
100.
He's the only person who's made the eventual final of the series. He lost to Conan Whitehead. But tonight, 3 right-handers, 3 left-handers. We are more likely to get a left-handed champion tonight than any Champions Night we've ever had.
And some real quality as well for the lefties. Sam
60.
Spivey. Scott Campbell, who we've already seen win. He won the opening match against Mervyn King tonight by 4 legs to 2. And Derek Coulson, who is a lot of people's fancy this evening. He'll be coming up against Mervyn
95.
King in our next fixture.
$100.
The atmosphere here tonight is expectant. But it will get more tense as the night goes on because everybody is asking the same question.
97.
Who's going to win this thing? And what has David Davies just done there? He hasn't done that this week. Is that a sign? A little bit of Saturday night nerves that he's left a bogey number.
Yeah, and I don't recall ever really having this conversation about David Davies in any of the weeks that he's played either.
129.
It might not hurt him.
141.
Having said that, David can now exhale.
89.
As soon as that
David
60
Carr,
goes in,
40.
he thinks to himself, don't you dare.
Game
However,
shown the
if
third
that
leg.
cooperates
David
tonight and he
Davis.
gets plenty of opportunities, he could be the man to beat.
Fourth leg, David is through first.
That is a world-class 13 darter from Davies.
Game on.
He looks like a very hungry Welsh dart player tonight. He knows how it feels to be short of the final match of the series.
60.
He told us earlier in the week, it hurt, but he didn't do anything wrong. Sykes averaged over 107 against him on a Champions Night
60.
semi-final. That was exceptional. But that was the night of Lucky D.
Yeah, sometimes you just get beat, don't you? Someone just puts in a better performance.
83.
I think what hurts the most is, again, that comparison I draw between beat and lose, where you feel you've lost something. You missed an opportunity. You had it. It was yours. And you haven't been able to convert it.
131.
And you tend to find it's easier to get over when you can just put your hands up and say, do you know what? I just got outclassed for those 10 minutes, and those 10 minutes do not define me.
That's happened to Derek Coulson this week more than
60.
anybody in important moments. But Derek is still here. And there was a distinct chance that both of these players
100.
weren't going to even make the Saturday because of the group they were in this week. The short story is, Group B
60.
almost put all of the staff here at the Super Series into a spin for about 90 minutes. I fear to think what it was like in the practice room.
140.
It was dramatic. Drama was probably the key word, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of drama in
41.
this group as well. And
Samukar
in
70.
Group 1, as the permutations come out as we work our way through these early fixtures. But after just having his throw broken, Sam Spivey
50.
looking to hit straight back. He's earned the luxury of that miss. David Davies not finding anything in the opening 15, not able to get down to a finish. And that's where he'll get the frustration.
Yeah, it does feel like he's relinquished the
99.
opportunity to
Samukar 20.
consolidate the break of throw. Yeah, he doesn't get a
Gates on the
chance.
fourth leg. Sam Spivey.
It's an immediate break back for Spivey.
Fifth leg Sam to through first. Game on.
These two actually have something in common tonight. They have a common goal. Obviously, they want to win. But if the champion is Sam or David,
60.
they will do something that has never been done before. And that is someone who came into Champions Week, played only Group B, and
40.
then gets the title. That's never occurred. Someone who has played Group A, then B, that is the most popular route to glory. That's happened
60.
6 times before.
Well, it looks like a couple of people have met down. Where's Lorenzo and Matt? They're missing. How have they missed out on Champions Night?
83.
I want to know who Lorenzo is. Is that him?
No, I don't think Lorenzo's here. He hasn't turned up yet. Come on, Lorenzo, you're missing a
126.
quality night. Get yourself down to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Davies seems to have lost his scoring shoes.
97.
He's lost to Spivey the last couple of nights by 4 legs to 2 both times. And typically,
134.
Sam is playing darts like he's just strolling down the street.
And this is exactly what I was talking about when we spoke about Sam at the start of the show. And we said, just when he looked in a spot of danger in Group B, he found the comfort again.
But how comfortable can you be
57.
when your opponent has just found the first 180 of the match to give himself a slightly easier finish, which he can't complete?
41.
When Scott Campbell took a 3-2 lead against King in match 1, he didn't look back. Who gets the lead here?
Game shown the fifth
He's
leg.
called Sam, and he's 3-2 up.
It's called Seaside Sam.
David, you through first. Game on.
Oh, you do love to be beside the seaside. And we are not far from it right here.
85.
He genuinely, at
100.
all of the points of playing, in the 2 series he's played, even when he was winning in week 3, he just doesn't strike me as a nervous person. Everybody says it.
60.
I think if Darren Beveridge of Scotland didn't have the nickname Ice Cold, you'd probably attribute that to Spivey. Just to give you an insight into if this game goes 4-3 either way, you obviously have to win if you lose
96.
thereafter. But the tighter it is, the more outs you have to get out of this group.
And the tighter it is, the less impactful the win becomes.
100.
You feel like you got to go win again.
That's true. But just to have a chance to win, Davies may need this 76 now.
76.
He's 2 out of 3 on the doubles. And now he's exactly the same as Sam. 3 out of 4. This is a very good game.
Final leg. Match to throw first. Game on.
And you can magnify how good this game is because this is their first game of this Champions Night. So much for nerves. Both averaging about 94.
60.
If Spivey doesn't win this leg,
81.
he will have to wait until game 6 of the night to play Jensen Walker.
That's a long time to ponder, and there's a lot of darts to sit back and watch between
100.
now and then as well.
And if he does lose this leg, the man from Scarborough, he may be watching on as David Davies wins the group.
100.
And believe me, if that's the case, he'd rather have that than a permutation where he's got to win by a certain margin.
118.
This is brilliant.
140.
The lead is about half a dart. It's actually somewhere between half and a full dart.
140.
But my word, that is a great 140. We haven't been short of those in this game. We've had 8 scores of 140 or more.
David Davies would love to have added to that
100.
score there, but gets
Samuel
himself
Carr,
down.
83.
And he stays on the corridor, which would lead him to his favourite double.
But does he get a look at it? The bullseye will tell us.
58.
He made that move,
David Carr, 80.
but in the wrong direction. No hesitation from Davies. Tops.
60.
It was never there.
Samuel Carr, 25.
It was always low. Davies thinks he's lost it. He was right, and Spivey strikes again. Davies is still in this thing, but losing your first game is never ever good. Spivey is not safe either, but if he does win his next match, which is in Game 6 against Jensen Walker, he will not just progress to the semi-finals for the first time, he will win Group 2. We've got plenty of time to go before that game, because now we go to Group number 1 again. It's going to be Derek Coulson taking the stage up against Mervyn King.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
Got the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to Champions Night here at the Modus Super Series. Matthew Edgar has joined me to reflect on what we've seen so far. And we'll start where we finished there just before the break. Went the distance, but Sam Spivey found a way, and he seems to have the knack of doing that, doesn't he?
He did. Really quality game there. You got to feel a bit for David Davies. He did go out and produce his goods, but he's done the minimum requirement. He's got legs on the board. You don't want to go out, lose that first one by a score and then be chasing and needing results. So he's still well and truly in it. He's done his minimum there, but Sam Spivey quality. Again, as I mentioned earlier on, when it looks like he's about to face some adversity, he seems to find something. And where most people would panic, he seems to find a bit more comfort.
Yeah, you win your first match, you put yourself in a very good position. It's all in your hands, isn't it? You go and do it again, then you're going to be through. But being that close, it's still pretty open. Mervyn King, though, he's going to be in a position where he needs to win now. He's going to take on Derek Coulson as well, having lost to Scott Campbell in that opener. So perfect start for Scott, but Mervyn King up against it.
not the game you want either, is it, Derek Coulson? Because I don't think Mervyn King quite produced in that first game. He's probably the worst performance of the night so far of the 4 players in regards to the statistics. Scott Campbell did he plays at a more deliberate pace. Derek Coulson a little bit quicker may suit Mervyn King, but Mervyn King's got to step it up here or he could be the first player eliminated.
Yeah, going into it, Mervyn King was favourite. Before the week, before the night, you said Scott Campbell, Paul said David Davis are 2 outsiders tonight. Do you really think it is unpredictable and that maybe Mervyn King's been judged on reputation and not on the reality of now?
I mean, I'd make Mervyn King favourite. Even though I didn't pick him, I would still make Mervyn King favourite, absolutely, based on reputation, based on the fact that he's getting regular Pro Tour darts as well, with the call-ups from how successful he's been on the Challenge Tour and how long he's been on the tour. He's got reputation. That's going to count. That could count. That could play its part in this next game as well. So you can't really not make Mervyn King favourite. I agree that he was, but just because he's favourite doesn't mean that's where you're going to automatically put your selection.
When he met Derek Coulson for the first time at the World Seniors, he rather infamously now said, I've never heard of him. I don't know who he is. I don't know what to expect. Well, he certainly knows now, doesn't he? And he'll know what he needs to do to win this match. What is that?
Well, I can vouch for this with Mervyn King. I spent 11 years on the Pro Tour, and what you do is you can be very ignorant to the world of darts because you're in a bubble of 128 players, and all you know is those players, and you know a few players go, a few players come on the tour, and you don't really look beyond that. You might look at the top of the Challenge Tour and go, oh, who's coming through here? But you don't really look too far beyond. And Mervyn King probably didn't know the players of which was coming through. He probably didn't know most of the players here at the Super Series. He's learning fast.
He certainly is. Right, that game is about to get underway. Mervyn King needs to win to stay in. He's about to get on the stage along with Derek Coulson, and Paul Starr is your MC.
Well, welcome back to the party in Portsmouth. We are coming to you live from the Modus Live Lounge. Well, it's Champions Night here at the 10th Modus Super Series, and of course we're ready, and the players are ready now. From Group 1, it's match number 2. Please welcome our Week 9 champion, Mervyn King, and our Week 7 champion, Derek Coulson.
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win. Win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Timothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do. I know they envy me. Feet on the floor. What they gonna say now?
Yeah, when you're ready, Derek, onto the stage. All in good time. Mervyn King. Well, he's always ready, isn't he? Always the first into any practice room. He's got a reputation for that. But now his place at Champions Night is at stake. The 59-year-old, having lost that opening game to Scott Campbell, must beat Derek Coulson here. If he doesn't, Coulson will be through, Campbell will go with him, and Mervyn King will be the first Champions Night participant to be eliminated in Series 10. Paul Hinks will officiate the action, and guiding you through this one, Henry Deacon has joined Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Chris. Well, these two have history, but for Mervyn King, he is hoping that history doesn't repeat itself, because Derek Coulson announced himself on the Circus Tavern stage at the World Seniors Championship in February with a victory against the King. It was 3-1 in sets. It was a high-quality affair. He dumped Mervyn King out of that particular championships, and with a win here, he can knock him out to Champions Night here at the Super Series. Mervyn King going down to a 4-2 defeat against Scott Campbell in the opening match of the night. But Derek Coulson himself, the first player to appear in 3 consecutive Champions Nights, but his previous 2 didn't quite go to plan, going out in the group stages on both of those particular occasions.
100.
The asset is alongside me here in the commentary box. These 2 have got history, but will it be repeat or revenge?
96.
Derek wants to repeat. Mervyn is not really a vengeful player. He's always wanting to be in his own royal bubble. But Derek is very hard to shift.
140.
This week, when they've played, Derek has been very good, especially in the first 2 days of the week. But Mervyn did get a win against Coulson on Wednesday. But that seems like a long time ago.
41.
Matthew Edgar was talking with Chris Murphy just now about reputation. Mervyn does have that. But if we are looking at the right now, and I mean not just tonight, the right now moment, Mervyn is still struggling
100.
in getting those darts high enough.
Again, another dart which goes below the treble.
59.
And he's opened up the door of opportunity here for Derek Coulson, who's taken the darts in his opening leg. Will feel like he's got 6 here from 161 to get an opening leg breaker throw. Not to be this time. And Derek, because his darts sit up like that, it's actually the darts that go high, which is a bit of a problem
90.
for him. He's down for the ball with the last dart, leaves himself on 71. The King looking to light up the live lounge of a big fish. But that's awkwardly situated. Veers left for the second. There's definitely a problem with the dart
90.
sticking into the board, as you say, but Coulson here has a break opportunity with his 71.
Interesting. He's missed a single.
31.
And this is an opportunity for King. In his first game, he was 2 from 6. He's going old school. Who needs new school when you do that? Now, Mervyn needs encouragement early in this second group game. By losing 4-2 against Scott Campbell, you think to yourself, he's really against it now. But looking at the history books, only one person has ever lost their first game of Champions Night 4-2 and still gone on to win the title. That was Scott Taylor in Series 6 when he lost to
46.
Ron Meulenkamp in his first game, but it didn't stop him getting glory.
And it should be noted as well, for as good as Derek Coulson has been all week, there's also been signs of vulnerability about him. Didn't win Group A.
100.
Perhaps you could argue there was a little bit of a toil across the line in Group B. And his record in Champions Nights previously hasn't been the most encouraging. And for Mervyn King, of the 6 players
90.
in tonight's showpiece, he's the only major winner in the field, having picked up the World Masters title back in 2004. Beat Tony O'Shea 7-4 to pick up what has been his biggest career title to date. And he has been talking about how this competition perhaps draws parallels to some of those successes of the past. What a big occasion it is for him as he approaches his 60s. But again, that problem with that first dart dropping low is becoming apparent
93.
again. And it's given Derek Coulson some breathing space in this second leg.
Derek has known 5 times this week what he needs to do to make Saturday. On 4 occasions, he came up short, but it wasn't really him coming up short.
105.
It was people responding and denying him, people beating him. He didn't really lose. We've already clarified the difference between the two tonight. But the funny thing is, he qualified
122.
and he didn't even know
96.
it. He hit a double 19. He got to Saturday and he didn't have a clue. He thought he'd missed out. Now, Derek here, the play is the 16s. Not for the first time in this match, he's missed a segment. Mervyn predominantly will go treble 20 on 150, but because he's missing it a lot, the logical shot is going for the 19s here.
But Mervyn perseveres with what he knows best. And Derek Coulson here, who didn't get a dart to win the opening leg, but should have, is going to, providing he stays straight, get a couple to level this game up. Double 16 the target. Double 16 got, and level we are, one apiece.
He has been dynamite on that double all week. I'm not saying this just because it's Champions Night and Derek is here, but he's genuinely one of the best left-handers I've ever seen on double 16.
86.
Well, it's not often we get to this stage of a tournament and 50% of the field are right-handed and 50% of the field are left-handed, but that is particularly the scenario we have got here this evening. Spivey, Coulson and Campbell all southpaws.
96.
I promise it's the only boxing reference of the night. But who's going to land the knockout punch later on this evening, pocket the £25,000 purse? And remember, the winner of tonight
80.
won't just put their name on the trophy, but they'll also gain qualification to the ADC Global Championship at the end of the year, which in itself is a £60,000 first prize.
60.
Well, this is Derek's 5th Champions Night match. Henry's already mentioned the fact that Derek is the first person ever in the history of this tournament to make 3 consecutive Champions Nights. He did not know that until tonight. We let him know. He was very proud of it, but he's so humble. He said, well, the second one, I shouldn't have even been in the Champions Week. That was his immediate response.
83.
But he's played 4 games on this stage. In this kind of occasion, he's only won the 1 game against Tom Sykes. And it wasn't enough to get to the semi-finals in Series 9. The other 3 losses to Marvin van Velsen, who won Series 8, to Steve West, and to eventual champion Darius Labanauskas. So if you beat Derek Coulson here tonight,
134.
it's a pretty good sign that it could be your evening, because it's happened the last couple of times.
40. Derek Carr, 128.
Well, this for the break can have a real stranglehold of the contest. Jump 20 pull. Not to be, and so King will come back for the 138 to move himself 2-1 in front.
Well, what's he going to do this
39.
time? Because there's an option
Mervyn
of 19s again.
38.
Again, he perseveres. I have a feeling that word's going to come up a lot tonight. Perseverance.
40. Derek Carr, 89.
You can also argue stubborn a little bit. Coulson back for 89. May just be a dart at the bullseye at the back end of this.
Just make sure you get it.
Single 20 leaves the ball. The treble leaves double 5. And that double 5 gives Derek Coulson the break. It gives him a 2-1 lead, and it puts him to within a couple of legs of his first ever Champions Week semi-final. And it puts Mervyn King ever closer towards the point of no return. And of course, there is some kind of symmetry because Derek Coulson, not Mervyn King, clean out the World Seniors en route to the semi-finals of that competition, where he'd lose out to
92.
Graham Usher 3-0 in sets. And if he wins this one, he'll be into a second major semi-final of the calendar year.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good year for the lefties.
140.
Lost out to Usher in the semis, like you mentioned, at the seniors. But he would lose out to Montgomery in the final. Turns out a Montgomery can win a major.
$100.
There have been major champions over the years called King, and the most famous of the lot was Billie Jean.
85.
And to quote her most famous saying, pressure is a privilege. But who can bask underneath the scrutiny, the spotlight of the live lounge, which has descended into a bit of a hum, hasn't it, this evening? It was really loud, really raucous
98.
before the first dart was thrown. But everybody packed and sardined into the arena tonight know how important an evening it is for all 6 players.
96.
That treble 19 is an easier target for Mervyn King. He's got to use it more because time is running out. It's one of these moments where you wish a player had a caddy.
96.
Because he'd be screaming, don't use the treble 20 if it's not working. Use something else.
And of course,
45.
no breaks in any of the games this season. So it's not as if Mervyn King can have a timeout and go back to the practice board and put things right. Coulson here looking at 115 to cash in the break he got in the previous leg and to open up a 2-leg lead in the contest. He's going to get a look at double 18 for the 115.
79.
Doesn't get.
Mervyn a car,
That would have been ironic. 115 is one of Mervyn King's best career checkouts. He started there for it. And again, the treble 20 denies him.
$63.
Coulson for a 3-1 lead 36. Is inching towards taking out the king. He doesn't want to bow down to the king. I think Mervyn knew that was going in.
Coulson. Fifth leg, Mervyn, you through
Now
first.
the king really is on the chopping block. Has the throw in this leg to try and bring it back to 3-2 and to the very least force Derek Coulson to serve this one out. But
42.
if the truth be told, yes, he picked off the first leg, but it's never looked likely for him so far in this contest.
Even if King wins the next 3 legs, he still needs help.
100.
This is where things get really short. He needs 3 legs. If he doesn't get them, he's gone. If he gets them, he becomes
60.
The world's #1 Scott Campbell fan. Derek has never been this close to the semi-finals of a Champions Night before, and he can do it with a game to spare. That's the benefit of coming in game 3 or 4, because you have information from previous games played.
Well, effectively, you get 2 bites of the cherry, particularly because of the fact the player he played first
44.
lost his first match. But it looks like the run of the king, if he's not careful, could be coming very close to an abrupt ending, because Coulson's taken the darts here and is beginning to make a motor towards the finishing line. Left himself on a finish after 9 darts. And King can't leave one in with a max here.
The tall and short of it is, Coulson has scored better in this game. He's had more chances,
100.
and Mervyn has struggled in the treble 20 department. It seems simplistic, but that's what's happened.
6 darts for the match, and 6 darts for a place in the semi-finals and a Champions Week for the very first time.
And not to mention, 56 points to get through to the semis, but to take Scott Campbell with him.
40. Dedukar, 56.
56 points away from the semi-finals. Double top. Derek Coulson is 2 games away from glory. And with a 4-1 success against Mervyn King, he has taken Scott Campbell through with him. As for Mervyn King, a debut here at the Super Series, yielding an appearance at Champions Night, but it's going to end at the group stages. A valiant one from him, back in the winner's enclosure for the first time in a number of years. But it's Derek Coulson that's eyeing up the big trophy. He was a big favourite at the beginning of the week, and he is now 2 games away, 2 wins away from picking up the biggest title of his career to date. A 4-1 victory against Mervyn King. That the tail of the tape. Coming up next, David Davies takes on Jensen Walker.
Well, big news here at the Super Series on Champions Night as Derek Coulson once again has got the better of Mervyn King. Coulson is a contender. He's through to the semi-finals and he's taken Scott Campbell with him because he also beat Mervyn earlier tonight. And that means that the King has been overthrown, outthrown and thrown out of Champions Night here in Series 10. There you see those results confirming Mervyn King's departure. A 4-2 defeat to Scott Campbell, a 4-1 defeat to Derek Coulson. They will fight it out to see who wins that group. In Group 2, Sam Spivey with a 4-3 win over David Davis, who's going to take on Jensen Walker next. Walker, the last player to play. But Paul Nicholson's joined me for some quick reaction on the fact, Paul, that the favourite has departed the tournament already.
Yeah, the symptoms were there, unfortunately, for Mervyn. Over the last couple of days, he struggled with that first start being slightly low. And we mentioned the word perseverance. Well, it can be positive, but sometimes it can be negative. Henry Deacon was saying that perseverance can change into stubbornness, and I think that's what happened here. He didn't go to plan B. We know that Mervyn has got plenty of plans when it comes to darts. He's very intelligent, but I think on this occasion, when he looks back on these matches, he's probably going to say to himself, maybe I should have switched a little bit sooner and a little bit more. And I think that cost him a place in the semi-finals here tonight. Yeah,
we will see him again. We know that he's going to be representing England for international pairs in a couple of weeks. But the players that have gone through, no question mark, they deserve it, don't they?
Yes, they do. The two left-handers were excellent in their first games of the night. It's not always a precursor to success, winning your first game. But Campbell looked very assured, scored very well. Coulson looked very good. And what is encouraging for him is that he was able to get over the line quickly. He had the 56, he took it out with 2 darts and he moved on. Because this week there have been times where progression was paused by a few misses.
Yep, some good stuff from Derek Coulson in this game. And indeed, synonymous with the week that he's played, that kind of checkout really serving him well. But look, we've still got one player to come in. Jensen Walker is about to take to the stage. He takes on David Davis. It's kind of following your rule, Paul. He lost, but he lost small, didn't he? So it's going to be an interesting match.
Yeah, only one person has lost their first game in a Champions Night and succeeded. That was Scott Taylor in Series 6. So he's got to try and follow his lead. But he's got to take Jensen out. We know that. First, win, and then see if you've done enough. It's as simple as that. Every dart player is trying to win every leg they play. It's not as if you go out to try and win 4-1 or 4-2 or 4-3. You're going out there to win 4-0 every time. Now, we don't know if Davies has to do that, but it would definitely help.
It certainly would. The 18-year-old talent, Jensen Walker, is his opponent. If he wins, of course, he would go through. And he spoke to Henry Deacon a little earlier tonight.
Jensen, you called this the biggest week of your career so far. How would you say it has gone up to press?
I'd say it's been very good so far. Obviously, Monday was no good, and from Monday the bounce back has been very good. I thought I played well on Tuesday. I probably didn't get what I deserved. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all good days. And it's left me here, to be fair. I've been much better under pressure, which is, I suppose, proved key, really.
What about this week in terms of the way you played, in terms of your performances, the way you've conducted yourself, you've been most pleased with?
I suppose to a degree it's not folding. Before, I feel like I've been here, even in the week I won to a degree. There were legs where I was fiery and everything was in. It was 12 dart legs, 13 dart legs, 4 or 5 visit legs, and then there was legs where I'd take out in 21 or 24 where things would just get a little bit rough. Past couple of days, everything's been nice and clean. Everything's been quite smooth. So that's probably what I've been most pleased with so far.
To tonight, obviously you played in some big finals. You played in the Lakeside Boys final in December. How big an evening is this for you, and how big a title potentially could you lift a little bit later on?
It's up there with any of them. Up there with UK Open, Lakeside, any of these. This is just up there as important as any of them. If more so, this would be a huge title to win, really. So, yeah, I prepare in the same way as I did for them, because I'm kind of at the point where I feel used to these big events now. So, yeah, I'm really up for it.
Wish you the best. Go well tonight. Good luck, Jensen.
Cheers, Henry. Thank you.
Well, welcome back to the party in Portsmouth. We're coming to you live on Pluto TV from the Modus Live Lounge. Well, it's Champions Night here at the 10th Modus Super Series, and now from Group 2, it's match number 2. Please welcome our Week 10 champion, David Davies, and our Week 2 champion, Jensen Walker!
Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win. I'm on 10. 10. Hello, I'm Timothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do.
Yeah, so here we go then. Jensen Walker taking to the stage for the first time on Champions Night. That's after the first player has already been eliminated. Experienced Mervyn King departs. The youthful Jensen Walker gets on the hockey for his maiden Champions Night outing. He's taking on David Davies here, who was beaten 4-3 by Sam Spivey in his opening match. So needs to win here or he will be eliminated at this stage. Now, he was here last Champions Night and ended up in a 9-dart shootout. That could still happen in this group if he wins 4-3 here. Jensen Walker, though, winning you through. Same scenario that we just saw Derek Coulson succeed in, and he had a fantastic campaign when he got through. Actually beat the likes of Andy Hamilton and Simon Whitlock on his qualifying week, so he will not be fazed by anyone or anything. In commentary for this one, Matthew Edgar has joined Henry Deacon.
Well, there's one thing that's now guaranteed. Somebody is going to be picking up the biggest title of their career so far tonight. The departure of Mervyn King, the 2004 World Masters champion, means that for the remaining 5 left in the field, they will lift their maiden big title on the box. Could it be David Davies at his second attempt at a Champions Night? Or could Jensen Walker banish the ghosts of Lakeside back in December, where he made it through to the final of the Boys World Championship before then losing out to Archie Self? Huge night, huge opportunities. Primetime Matthew Edgar's with me here in the commentary box for this one. For David, 4-3 defeat to Sam Spivey in the opening match. But was there enough in terms of his performance in that game to give you some kind of encouragement going into this one against Jensen?
Oh, absolutely. He played really well, didn't he, David Davies? 93.5 the average. However, you feel he's going to need something very similar here. Jensen Walker on a real upwards curve. One of those players that are part of this new generation of player bursting through. And do you know what?
58.
When we look at how darts has gone over the last sort of 12 months, the end of last year was dubbed the year of the underdog. The start of this series was
55.
Very about the underdog. And actually, when we take a look at tonight, both myself and Paul Nicholson predicted the 2 underdogs in this group, and the favourite is already gone. The first player
58.
eliminated is the favourite of the event, Mervyn King.
Now, Walker here has got 6 darts on 172 to get the break of throwing this opening leg, and it's fairly simple for him. Win and he is into the semi-finals, and he won't have to worry about permutations against Sam Spivey. And it would also mean that the final 2 games of the groups would be straight shootouts to see who would top their groups and have the advantage of throwing the semi-finals. Played over the same course and the same distance, best of 7, the semi-finals and the final later on this evening. Both players left on 92. Walker, having taken the darts, is going to get a first poke at a double. Double 12 is found. Walker gets the break. He finds himself one up.
Second leg, Jensen to throw
finds himself in control.
Yeah, it was a good shot, that one, really, because when you look at the last dart for Jensen Walker being a bounce out, it eliminated the opportunity of using the ball.
94.
Just by hitting the single numbers. So a nice check out there, settles him in what he describes as the biggest week of his life. Certainly could be the biggest paycheck of his life. And not only that, we've got to remember now that a Super Series title in 2025 means so much more than just the trophy, the 25 grand. It's also a ticket to the ADC Global Championship, where there is a £60,000 first prize available there.
Potentially, this could be a night which transpires to earn you £85,000 later on.
60.
Don't forget the £5,000 they've already run for the week. Plus their group money as well.
It's not quite
60.
a get-rich-quick scheme, but it's not a bad way of making a bit of cash. And Jensen Walker here looking to cash in on the breaker throw that they got in the opening leg. He's
58.
in control here against David Davis, who, if the truth be told, hasn't really got out the traps as of yet. There's a disparity of around about 24 points in the average at this early stage. And
100.
Jensen Walker has got out the traps quite nicely here. 1-2-2 left after 12 to open up a 2-0 advantage in this match.
Well, Jensen's got the luxury of knowing he's got another game still to go. Regardless of the result in this one, he will be taking on Sam Spivey
84.
in the last game of the group
Jensen
stages.
Walker,
However,
122.
David Davies in the same position that was of Mervyn King a moment ago. Needing to win. And potentially needing to win by quite a bit.
90.
But it's comfortable for Jensen Walker at the moment. David Davies not offering too much resistance at the moment to this charge.
59.
Mr. Dart at tops
Jensen
to beat
Walker,
Sam
32.
Spivey in his opening match, but he could find himself 2-0 down, should find himself 2-0 down from this particular position. Walker spurned free at double 16, but he's going to come back for 3 more at double 8.
Well, this could change proceedings.
140.
David Davies leaves his favourite.
Jensen Walker,
Walker.
16.
Handful of darts to confirm the break of throw.
Game shown the second leg.
Break of
Jensen
throw
Walker.
confirmed, and Jensen Walker is halfway towards the semi-finals.
David is through
And
first.
David
Game
Davies
on.
is halfway towards the tungsten trapdoor. Is there a danger that even at this stage,
59.
David Davies may begin to feel that his race is beginning to be run?
Well, one thing for sure right now is he's going to start to panic. How he responds to
100.
that panic on the dartboard, we get to see. But this is the point where the mind will start to race. He'll be aware the fact he's already lost 4-3 to Sam Spivey. He'll start to count the missed opportunities.
40.
They all become amplified, and that's where that reaction comes from.
And Jensen must be beginning to sense blood here as he piles in the game's first max. Haven't been blessed with a
46.
huge amount of 180s this evening. That just the 4th that we've seen across the 4 matches so far.
81.
But David Davies does look like a man that has begun to hit a big brick wall. He did a lot of work yesterday to even get himself into this position. Just 2 points following the first day's play in
60.
Group B.
Jensen
Picked up
Walker,
3 wins and 4
140.
yesterday to get himself into tonight. But is it a step too far? As Walker was looking for treble 16 there to leave himself the double. He's left
100.
himself on tops after 12 to get the double break, a 3-0 lead, and then he'd have the darts in the next to get the job done and to confirm the 4 semi-finalists by the end of match 4.
58.
Just
Jensen
not
Walker,
performing, not
40.
producing. Jensen Walker is. And he's done this before. Doesn't like tops. He'd rather go 8 double 16, and he's got the luxury of time. That due to the fact that he's completely outscoring David Davies. He's a bit of a beat up at the minute.
Well, it's been a non-contest so far.
But one thing for sure, David Davies will never throw in the towel.
140. Jensen Walker, 32.
For the double break, double 16.
Game shown the third
3-0
leg.
Jensen Walker, and he is on the cusp of the semi-finals.
4th leg Jensen.
That's
through
his
first.
contingent of supporters. Hoping that they'll be cheering long into the Portsmouth
Game on.
night, celebrating the biggest win of his career so far. He's a young man of prodigious talent. And if he was to win tonight, he'd become the
100.
second player to have held the title of WDF Boys #1 in the last couple of years to have gone on to lift a Super Series title. No prizes for guessing who the other was. You can have a guess if you want, but it's fairly easy to
100.
work out.
Is it one of those where I can have a guess, but you're not going to give me a prize for getting it right type of question?
119.
Yes. You might not have much time to work it out because Jensen Walker really is getting a move on here.
$140.
We could know our semi-final lineup very soon.
Well, he says that the colours on his shirt is more to do with a scar background, but it looks like the black and white stripes are the checkered flag that he could be about to cross in a couple of moments' time. 102 points away from a 4-0 victory, which would see both him and Sam Spivey into the semi-finals, and a couple of games away from the biggest win of their careers so far. Double 16 to do it with a ton topper. And Jensen Walker has raced into the semi-finals. He has dismantled David Davies by 4-0 to send both him and Sam Spivey into the semi-finals. For Dai, he's going to have to depart at this particular juncture. He won't go beyond the semi-final stage, which he got to last time. But for Jensen Walker, he can begin to dream. A 4-0 victory with a dreamy performance in patches. 95 the average, the 102 to finish it off. A 4-0 win for Jensen Walker sends David Davies crashing out. Derek Coulson takes on Scott Campbell. The winner will top Group 1. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Mervyn. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Well, before the break, Jensen Walker got off to a brilliant start and he carried it on all throughout that match. Walker, the 18-year-old talent, beating David Davis in the end by 4 legs to 0, and that has sent Davis the same way as Mervyn King. So all of those players you can see on your screen that have won one match are already through to the semi-finals. We don't know the order of the semi-finals yet because the final matches in those groups will determine who wins the groups, and the winner of Group 1 will play the runner-up of Group 2 and so on. But coming up next, Derek Coulson is going to take on Scott Campbell in, a repeat meeting. They had a really important one in Group A earlier in the week. They're both through to the semi-finals. This is jostling for position now. Whoever wins it will top Group 1 and getting the players to the stage. It's your MC, Paul Starr.
Well, welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge, and now on to our final match from Group 1. Please welcome Derek Coulson and Scott Campbell.
Let's get it. Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Timothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow, I got the remedy. I know they do, I know they envy me. Feet on the floor.
Here we go then. The final match of this group will determine which one of them tops the Group 1 table. Derek Coulson and Scott Campbell. I mentioned it, that match they had on Wednesday was enormous, but it doesn't matter now, does it? Both of them made it through to Champions Night in the end. And both of them have made it through to the semi-finals. This could be the final, don't forget, at the end of the night. So they will want to make sure that they get the bragging rights on the opponent. Campbell, in the match I was talking about, averaged 109 in stopping Derek Coulson winning Group A. He went on to win it himself. Coulson then had to go through this roller coaster ride of qualification via Group B, and now he has a chance to settle that score and go through to the semis as the group winner. Talking you through this one, Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar have been reunited in commentary.
And it feels so good to be reunited. But these two will feel even better about the fact that they are in the semi-finals with a game to spare.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Derek, you through first. Game on.
Some Champions Weeks, Matt, there is a game that is so bright and has had so much to say about the week that it keeps occurring and it keeps delivering. It could be this.
60.
There is nothing now stopping these two from meeting each other in the final game of the series, apart from an opponent they don't know who it will be. Because whoever wins this game will be in the
41.
first semi-final. Whoever loses will be in the second one, taking on the winner of the next game.
And let's not forget, whoever wins this game will also have to throw in that semi-final. And when we look at the week we have, when the groups have been so evenly matched, and the standards, and the levels, and the ceilings, and the averages, and everything we can sort of draw upon, they are very evenly matched. Which means, actually, this game could be vital in regards to the semi-final passage.
And if the 180 is anything to go by, Derek is cooking now because that was his first of the night.
The whole demeanour, though, of both players coming onto the stage, it just felt so much more relaxed, didn't it? So much more enjoyable in the situation. So much so, Derek Coulson nearly went on stage with 2 darts. Didn't even need the 3.
That's confidence.
115,
he did retrieve that dart
131.
from off the stage, so he has used it very well already.
He's
well positioned. It is an excellent start to this game. And just remember, you can play an opponent twice on a finals night, whether it is in a weekly sense or a Champions Night sense.
140.
We've seen it
Derek
in week 9.
40.
King and West.
Getting shown the
And
first
that is a
leg.
brilliant 13
Derek
darter
Coulson.
from DC.
Second leg, Scott is through first. Game on.
Is it going to be destiny for Derek? But you were right, Mr. Edgar. You piped up for Scott Campbell. You said he was going to win tonight.
140.
He's made sure of the first step. He's in knockout darts.
He's got this game here just to sort of settle himself really into this now before the big attack, and I think the player who's made the best attack so far today, the standout performer, is Jensen Walker. What a performance that was against David Davies. Just tore him apart from start to finish.
Absolutely.
78.
No, Davies is going to be very disappointed not to make the semis for a second consecutive series. When these two met on Wednesday, Chris Murphy's already talked about it. It was a brilliant display from Scott Campbell. But that was in response to what happened on Tuesday. That was a game where Campbell was trying to hold on to Coulson at the top of the table.
140.
He'd made his move. Campbell was starting to become part of the conversation. And at the end of that last match on Tuesday, Coulson took out 119.
140.
And the reaction of Campbell said everything. It was an exceptional finish, but Campbell would have the last laugh.
$93.
Great last start from
Derek
Scott.
Carr, 161.
Biggest finish of the night came from Campbell, 144.
41. Scott Lucar, 50.
But to him, that's a distant memory. He's looking at double 16. He's throwing this from about 8 feet.
18. Derek Carr, 120.
Not a bad effort. Was just looking to try and clatter it into the barrel, trying to catch, but didn't get the angles quite right. That's a beautiful dart. Scott Campbell was agreeing. He thought the treble 20 was going, and also the double goes as well. That is the quality that Derek Coulson has been playing with throughout this week. He has been statistically the standout performer for moments like that.
I've got a question for you, Mr. Edgar. Are we in Hampshire or Shropshire? Because a lot of people are here supporting Derek Coulson.
60.
It might be third time the charm tonight.
Well, remember the word I used to describe Derek Coulson at the start of the night? I called him inspirational. Inspirational because of the story and the journey of which he's been going on. The interview which I watched this afternoon, of which he conducted,
57.
saying there wasn't opportunities for him. He thought that this would never come, where he gets to play on broadcast, where he gets to play in events like the World Championship alongside the seniors.
60.
And here he is now, 56 years old, coming through. And there is dependable Derek's son. See? They're listening.
I could catch on that.
140.
You can brand dependable Derek. He's so dependable, he's probably got a white van.
96.
I mean, playing the assumptions game here, I reckon if Derek Coulson told you he's coming round your house for dinner at 7, he'd turn up at 6:45.
77.
Yeah, he doesn't strike you as the kind of guy who would ever be late. If he makes a promise, he will keep it.
85.
Maybe he should be the Middlesbrough manager. He's a Middlesbrough fan. I don't think it's been a very good day when it comes to football for Campbell, because Celtic became champions.
57.
He's a Rangers fan. But he has left a 170, and everybody would like to see a 170 on Champions Night.
Well, everyone except Derek Coulson. I don't think he'd quite enjoy it the same way. But he will have a front row ticket
Doesn't matter whether you're at the front or the back. Champions Night tickets are all the same price. This place is expectant.
127.
Everybody wanted to see it. Apart from Derek, like Matt said.
105.
But what about the 105? It could be 3-0 with a second ton plus finish in a row.
A real takeaway from that attempt there from Scott Campbell was more to do with the fact he was battling back the smile.
65.
Smile
Scott
once
Lucar,
again.
43.
A player who's really enjoying this experience.
You can enjoy this game.
Game shown the third
And you
leg.
enjoy that as
Scott
well.
Campbell. Fourth leg, Scots you through first.
Portsmouth has become the epicentre of this level of darts. All roads lead
Game
to
on.
Portsmouth 3 or 4 times a year. The 3 Champions Nights, the ADC Global Weekend, where the champion was crowned. Just a few months back, it was Devon Peterson who was here this week, but he was involved in that
81.
ridiculous Group B scenario with Derek Coulson. He was the person who was unfortunate to have position 5, and he was only 2 points behind top before the last match was played and won by
100.
Sam Spivey. And without going too far, we could look back on tonight as one of the biggest nights of darts for left-handers ever. Because there's going to be 3 in the
121.
semi-finals.
Which means the likelihood is we're going to have a left-handed champion. Statistics would suggest.
100.
Jensen Walker might have something to say about that.
And if he plays the way he did in his last game against David Davies, he's going to have a lot to say about that. Very, very impressive performance.
80.
He will be coming up again next. He'll be taking on Sam Spivey. That'll be the last of the group games before we get down to the final 4.
$81.
What do you think the mindset is in a game like this? Does your mind wander a little bit thinking, tonight might be my night? Sometimes you play your second game and you're so focused on getting the result that you need that you don't think about the semi-finals or the final or the win. This is a game where you know you're playing in the semi-finals. Is there a danger your mind could wander?
You know yourself, when you get to a certain point in a tournament, you can't
16.
help but see forward. When you're at the beginning and there's a long road ahead, it's almost, I'll just take this game at a time. I'll see how it goes. I'll just concentrate on the match that's in front of me. But when there's not many more matches left in front of you, you do start to see the finish line. You start to see those final 3 hurdles, those final 3 furlongs, and you can't help
140.
but dream and
Derek Carr,
think about it.
160.
And it can become a bit of a dangerous place because then you start building up the hope and the expectation.
There's pressure on the double 16 now.
32.
Two 8s for 2-2.
Game shown the fourth leg. Scott Campbell.
Both players playing with freedom, with a little bit of
This
ease.
leg, Derek, you through first. Game on.
And they're not playing badly at all. Coulson, again, averaging around 95. Every time we look at his numbers this week, it feels like he's always there.
140.
And how many times in your darting career do you get to play on a night like this where you have a game where you're just enjoying it? It's a very privileged place to be right now.
100.
It's a weird old thing, sport, isn't it? Because we do what we do because we love it. But what we want, ultimately, is a prize where you don't have to throw anymore. Golfers don't want to have additional shots. Dart players don't want to have to throw any more. They just want to win so they can put the darts down and revel.
100.
And just to answer the reference there to that sign, yes, I am watching in my underpants. I assume it was for me.
Thank you.
Maybe someone else getting in their underpants.
Whoever wins tonight gets
43.
the gold medal, the trophy, the ADC Global Place, and they don't get a pair of Modus Super Series underpants. That will probably come up at the next meeting.
I can't see it really taking off, though, like someone coming here and going, I'm really here for the week. I can't wait to get the underpants.
WK 138.
That's Modus, baby.
One of my favourite shirts.
Stay on the 19s here and clear it up.
98.
That's worked out really well. You do not go to the 20s on dart 2 there, because you get a single, you leave 99, which means you're still 2 darts away from a double. Do it the way that Derek did it. Means you can have 3 darts.
180. WK 40.
Third 180 of the game. Doesn't make any difference.
Gary Coulson.
Coulson beat King
first. Game on.
again. And now is looking to beat Campbell again. Is there a benefit when you're in this game here
26.
of having just 1 game off before you return?
Yeah, I'd certainly prefer that scheduling. Once you get started, you just want to keep rolling, don't you? And again, you know what it's like with the PC Pro Tour. You want to get your game, have your 5-10 minute break and straight back on again. You hate it when they come over and go, well, actually, their game's still playing at the moment, so we've got to give them 5-10 minutes after. You think, I could be 30 minutes away now. And then it's about managing that time, where if you know you've only got 1 game to wait, you get straight back on the practice board and just go into tick-over mode. Just enjoy a couple of throws, just make sure you're not getting tense.
Scott Campbell has just had a reverse back to normal
60.
shot. 26 followed by maximum. Usually in local darts, it's the other way around. You get a maximum and you score something small with the next visit. All of your friends will go back to normal.
60.
But the benefit of that is you always had the opportunity to get more tons, so you could always get the tons trophy at the end of the season.
Ah, the old red pen trophy.
140.
Somebody get the red pen out and write 140 for Derek. He is 2/3 through this leg. And if he takes care of it, he'll be halfway through his night. The ideal night, that is. Which is winning 4 games.
88. WK 167.
Shots on. Bullseye.
120.
It was online.
WK 147.
But it's still a big chunk out of the 167.
He's left it really handy. Sort of forces the hand here of Scott Campbell. Just taking an extra moment. Trying to make sure he's settled and composed. He won't go until he's ready. Could we see a tops ball? That was the effort. That was the attempt there for Scott Campbell.
102.
That makes a lot of sense.
47.
Leave the smallest target until last. But Coulson can win Group 1. He's going to have the darts in the semi-final. He's halfway to glory. He is yet to be defeated tonight. And having the darts in semi-final number 1 may just be exactly what he needs to become the favourite for the title. There's going to be quite a sizable gap for Scott Campbell, and he'll have to wait, just like Derek, to see who he will play in the semis. But Derek, who is very well supported here, he's going to keep his fans here, and he's going to keep them happy with performances like that. Nearly 100, the 120 finish, the 67% on the doubles, and Scott Campbell on this occasion could not live with Derek Coulson, who wins Group 1.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes going to be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to Champions Night here at the Modus Super Series, where Derek Coulson is through as the Group 1 winner. In just a moment, we're going to find out who will win Group 2 in front of this packed house at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's not going to be the only event that's sold out in the next few weeks. Here's Henry with Matthew Edgar to tell you more.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. It's lively down here on stage at the Live Lounge this evening as Champions Night goes up another notch. But in a few weeks' time, the latest edition of the Modus Super Series Influencer event is going to get underway. And Matthew, you've been in commentary for all of the previous ones. For those that perhaps don't know too much about it, what is the concept behind it?
Well, I've had the privilege of being there for every single one of them so far, and they've been entertaining, they've been exciting. They've just bring a different atmosphere, a different ambience in the room. There's a lot of people that come to these that maybe traditionally wouldn't come to a darts event, so that they can see their favourite influencers. They get to line up alongside the pros in the pairs. We've had some great moments. I mean, Jensen Walker coming up here, 12-year-old, winning the pairs. We've had some amazing moments over the times. I'm sure we're going to get plenty more.
Well, let's have a look at the lineup then for the next event, because we can have a look at that for you now. Now, the players are there. So you've got Peter Matru. Now, he was confirmed a little while ago. Jimmy Van Schie's going to be in the roof off for this place. Jaden Walker's going to play again. You've got David Williams actually playing as a pro. You've got the likes of John Henderson, Danny Van Tripe. You've got real established names. A lot of those players actually, they're going to do the double as well, because they're going to be playing the International Pairs Week, and then they're going to be playing the Influencers Week just after. So for all of them, they're going to have a real nice week. It's going to split up, isn't it, their season a little bit?
Yeah, and I think what we're going to notice this time is that we're actually going to get quite a level. I think this is going to be quite a standard this time as well. It's all been about fun until now, but actually, when you look at that lineup, we've got the ball hitters in there who can play darts. They're good players. The darts referee, Jack Langston's starting to produce better. Charlie Murphy's won this title before. We've got players in there that can really play. Marcel Scorpion's been going to Q School the last couple of years and really raised his game. This is actually going to be a very competitive lineup. We've also got darts for fun now going on the players' side of things, which means he can use his own darts. He's been up here throwing nails. He's throwing 48-gram darts. Now he gets to throw his actual darts as well. It's going to be a quality day.
When you say these players can play, what are we kind of looking at in terms of levels and stand in terms of some of the influences? Is it kind of a vast range of ability?
Well, some of these could really cut it at the sort of county level here in the UK. We've seen David Williams Darts for Fun actually play a Group C here. We're going to see other players in other competitive here at the Super Series. So when we look at the standard, I'm expecting this to be the highest standard we've seen. And these guys, these could average between 70 up to 80, which is going to make it a very entertaining watch as well as fun.
Right, that's on the 11th of May. It's live here on Pluto TV. It's a sellout as well here at the Live Lounge Report. So the only way to watch is going to be via Pluto TV. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty of fun to be had.
Anyone who's going to try and attempt to loot Littler again, my money's on this man.
Here comes Jaden Walker.
Oh, hold on. Yay! We have the first one from an influencer.
This has to go for Jaden. Big pressure for the little man, but what a shot to stay alive this would be.
Go! Jaden Walker, take it back! It's Angry Jane!
For a 2-0 lead, who saw this coming?
Games on the second leg!
Me and you have a problem. A serious problem. I am the 3-time champion of the world.
It was a nervy game, a nervy encounter. He is the favourite now to go on and win it, and he's trying to get...
And I have heard a rumour that you think you're going to win this match today. You, my friend, have got a problem. You're getting it!
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. He couldn't get the job done.
And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
All mouth, it's all mouth. When he says champion, remember that's BDO, all right? You don't want to throw that in, BDO.
There is a chance, but it's not to be. The winners, Angry and Jaden Walker win it 3-2.
It's Angry Ginge and 12-year-old Jaden Walker!
Well, welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge, and it's now time for our final match from Group 2. Please welcome Jensen Walker and Sam Spivey!
Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. I'm the future, I'm in it. Check score, I'm winning. Green light, let's get it. I just win, 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 win. I'm on 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Hello, I'm Timothy. I got the recipe. I got the flow. I got the remedy. I know they do. I know they envy me.
Yeah, so here we go then, the final group game of the evening. Then we're going to be into the knockouts and it will all intensify. But this now to determine who the opponent is going to be in those semi-finals and who will win Group 2. Jensen Walker with that blistering performance and dominant victory in his group game over David Davis. Sam Spivey getting victory against the same opponent as well. And we know that the winner will take on Scott Campbell. The loser will face Derek Coulson in the first semi-final. And guiding you through the action once again, it's the Asset and Primetime. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Murph. Last game before the semi-finals, and Derek Coulson is waiting in the next game for the loser of this one. Scott Campbell will take on the winner of this group and the winner of this match, of course.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg. Jensen to through first. Game on.
Let's take a little bit of a step back in time, shall we? Because we have two players in this game who have never lost
140
on a Champions Night. There's only one other player who can say that.
94.
And you think to yourself, this is the Series 10 Champions Night. Surely there's got to be a couple of people that have
59.
Undefeated records, and miraculously there's only one person, and his name is Littler. 8 games, 8 wins.
127.
Everybody else who has ever played on a Champions Night has suffered at least one defeat.
98.
Until now. Because these two are undefeated on Champions Nights, this being their debut, and they haven't lost tonight. So are they going to join that
16.
shortlist?
Well, the way Jensen Walker started the night, you wouldn't put it past him. He's been exceptional here. But one thing we know about Sam Spivey is every time someone lays it down to him and puts him under the pressure and puts the challenge on him, he rises. He's one of those reactive players, isn't he? You stepping up against him, he goes with you.
54.
Although
Jensen
that,
64.
for the first time, something to question Sam Spivey on.
48.
My initial reaction was he's going for the bullseye. He obviously wasn't.
100. Jensen 16.
But you try and read Sam Spivey if you dare. It's impossible. I've seen this week from young Jensen. If he's not happy with how he feels, he'll step off.
No score.
He's not happy with the result.
66.
And Spivey might get away with leaving 166. Tops.
46. Jensen 16.
It was a brilliant start for Jensen, but a bit of a sloppy finish.
We have seen this before this week.
8. Samuel
Remember that
20.
first game in Group C? He had 17 misses at a double in the same game.
Getting shown the first leg, Sam Spivey.
He only got one leg in that match. And Jared Cole made him pay, just like Sam has in the first leg of this one.
Do you know what I like there about Sam Spivey? He went and got his darts out. There was no theatrics. He didn't perform winning
58.
that leg. There was no apology. If anything, there was just a little glance over, wasn't there, to Jensen Walker to see what the reaction was there. And then straight back on with business again.
180.
Speaking of straight back onto business.
$78.
Well, if that's come out, you can only assume it's because it was loose in the first place, because he's got a ring on there as well.
Which means there was a threat of it falling out in mid-flight. Make sure that doesn't happen again, Sam.
85.
If that happened to me, I think the first thing I'd do is change the stem, just in case.
Can't even see the flights here, they're so high.
100.
Again, that looks like it's out. It looked like it was right at the edge of the flight. The stem, sorry.
Yeah, that stem is not in prime nick. He's not going to change it, but if it happens again, surely he has to.
He should have changed it by now.
He's still fiddling with it.
140.
Maybe the ring on the stem was out of position, but if they go too low, they lose their integrity.
$49. Jensen Walker, 96.
What Jensen needs right here is just something simple.
56.
When he comes back for tops, or 8 double 16, because he has done that a couple of times this week, he just wants to take it out
44.
without any fuss.
Jensen Walker, 40.
Here we go again.
Getting shot on the
You
second
do
leg.
you.
Jensen Walker.
Simple as that. We've seen it from Littler in the past when he was going
Third leg
16
Jensen
for
to
double
first.
10 on 36.
Game on.
That's his trick. He doesn't really do it in PDC darts now, but that's obviously something that Jensen prefers.
Do you know what this does, though, as well? It gives us information. It tells us something.
134.
And what that tells me about Jensen Walker is he thinks about the game in the right way. And by that I mean there is only one thing he is bothered about, and that is winning
100.
legs and winning matches. He cares not for averages. If he was one of these people that worried about averages, he would not burn a dart on tops.
43.
I agree wholeheartedly. Learn from Jensen, young dart players out there, because averages mean nothing.
23.
They're just a guide. How many darts will Spivey have on the floor in this game, and how many will just survive in the board?
140.
Surely he's got to change that stem at some point.
$57.
And if you are someone who uses these folded systems still, I always advocate for having one or two set up, because when your hands get a bit shaky, you get a bit nervous,
95.
you can't quite push it in as deep, certainly in the middle of the match where you don't really want to be holding it up too long. It's easier just to unscrew the stem and just screw a new one back in. Permanently fixed with that
140.
flight already in.
Jensen Walker, 89.
It's going to be another layup here.
57.
Again for double 16. Now, if you do have a stem and flight ready on the table, just make sure your opponent doesn't throw it away.
43.
Like Phil Taylor did with James Wade's
32.
once. That was both funny and not funny.
He did wait till he got it back, though, didn't he?
He's having a mixed time of it in this corner.
16. Sam Walker, 138.
Looks over his shoulder as if to say, what have you got left, Sam? Too many for 2 darts, that's for sure.
47. Jensen Walker, 16.
Two fours.
Getting shot on the third leg.
That works.
Jensen Walker.
Plenty of support for Jensen.
Fourth leg Sam to through first. Game on.
I wonder how many people have hot-footed it down from Coventry. Who was intelligent enough to get tickets for Saturday night in advance, because this has been
60.
sold out all week long. You haven't been able to get tickets for it this week. So maybe when Jensen qualified very, very
58.
early in the schedule of this series, people said, we think he's going to make it. We'll get tickets for the Saturday night anyway.
Yeah, I have confidence
80.
in the player. I have confidence in the man. This is a confident young man who has big ambitions. Wants to go all the way in the sport. And the way he's starting off his career, the way he's starting off his campaigns, he'd be brave to argue against that ambition.
100.
Sam could be the first of many things if he succeeds here tonight. The first left-handed winner. The first person to ever win a series
55.
by only playing Group B in a Champions Week qualifying scenario. That has never happened before.
140.
And both of these players are looking to become the first English champion of a series since Scott Taylor in Series 6.
Some of the guy 121.
11. Bull. Good layup. Not intentional.
111.
Happy accident. And he will get a go. Jensen Walker unable to take out the 111, but lays it up nicely.
32.
But these sort of opportunities, Sam Spivey has not been letting pass him by.
Game shown the fourth leg. Sam Spivey.
Yeah, that one had authority. It
Fifth
nudged
leg,
the
Jensen
dart
to
out of the way.
first. Game on.
Are we going to get a champion tonight who is undefeated?
96.
Or someone who has lost? Most of the time, people have lost a game on Champions Night en route to glory.
100.
And you'd imagine with the week that we've had, that story would continue. Because it has been
61.
Not only the week of favourites getting beaten on a regular basis, we've seen the underdogs prevail, but we've also seen some very, very tight groups.
Yes, we have.
100.
This is all just part of the story. Now, earlier on, I did say that Luke Littler is the only person who has never lost on Champions Night.
59.
However, that comes with a little bit of an asterisk. Andreas Harrison in Series 7 did win all 4 games that night, but he has subsequently
100.
lost in other Champions Nights. Series 7
100.
really, really was the best night we've ever had here. That was something special.
100. $61. Samnikar 101.
Well, this is for a break of throw. On double 12.
89. Jessica
Very makeable shot, but so is 124. Still. And this time, it's Bull.
99.
I think
12.
he thought that was in.
Yeah, sometimes you throw a dart, you just think that's going. He will be back.
9.
And a wasted dart there.
Jessica 25.
Throwaway. That is so unlikely from Sam Spivey.
Yeah, that is the first tell we've ever seen from Sam. Usually robotic and unflappable.
Game shown the fifth leg.
It doesn't make any
Jensen
difference, but it is a little bit of an insight.
6 leg Sam to throw first. Game on.
Positive reinforcement there from Jensen, constantly nodding their head.
140.
Don't use up too much passion and energy in a game like this. You're going to need more. But accent the positives.
Found his rhythm again now, hasn't he, Jensen Walker?
100.
There was sort of a leg and a half or so, and it's probably come from those missed doubles, which he knows have sort of plagued him already this week. They seem to come in clumps. When he starts missing, it
83.
continues. Unable to snap out of it in the moment.
Did you just use the word clumps?
Yes, in a sentence.
100.
So if Sam wins tonight, we could clap our hands and say, Spivey.
97. Samaka 161.
You're going to get Henry Deacon started soon, aren't you, with his Spivey man?
$65.
Sensible. This time he gets it right, but in this game he has shown a couple of frailties. A miscount or
100.
bad board
96.
management, and then a dart thrown in an uncharacteristic way. And he could now lose the game
56.
and have to come back in the next
81.
match. Oh, and Jensen went greedy. And the treble 9 does him no favours.
49. Samaka 40. Game shot on the 6th leg.
Sam takes
Sam
leg
Spivey.
6. And we go the distance again, just like his first game of the night.
7th final leg, Jensen to throw first. Game on.
And when he was playing David Davies in game 2, he had the darts, but this time he doesn't.
111.
And he doesn't have an ideal start because Jensen does that. He's got 3 maximums in this game. And that is now 5 for the night.
100.
If he keeps maxing like this...
140.
We're all holding our breath. We've never had a 9-darter on a Saturday night.
But what a leg this is from Jensen.
59.
And that, I keep going on about it, is a mathematical slip. It means that Sam Spivey needs 9 darts to complete the leg. A 180
100.
no longer matters, which means Jensen Walker is in a power position here to win this group.
And to have a game off.
100.
This is Jensen's first game this week against Sam Spivey. This time he didn't need the 12s. He's going to leave double 16.
49.
And it looks like we're about to have 2 undefeated
97.
players
Jensen Walker,
into
32.
the Series 10 Champions Night Finals.
Game shot on the mark.
In the
Jensen Walker.
semis he goes, winning group number 2. The best 180 hitter of the night has just taken the winner of Group B this week out with his first game against the man from Scarborough. Jensen Walker is playing well tonight. He'll think it will be his night, and it still could be. But we'll have to wait to see him again. He's going to be up against Scott Campbell in the second semi-final. And after a bit of a break and a bit of analysis, we will see a certain Spivey man up against Derek Coulson in the first semi.
And then there were 4, the semi-finals confirmed here at Champions Night of Series 10 at the Modus Super Series, live and free on Pluto TV. A win for Jensen Walker against Sam Spivey sees him top Group 2. He's going to take on the Group 1 runner-up Scott Campbell in his semi-final. First semi-final will be Derek Coulson against Spivey. Matthew Edgars joined me to just reflect on the action. Who out of those 4 has been the standout player for you so far?
For many different reasons, you could pick any of them. Derek Coulson continuing to play the way he has throughout the week, quality, stepping in at the right moments. He looks on all levels the person to beat, but there's something about Jensen Walker tonight that is really catching the eye. The way he's responding to things, the way he's sort of stepping it up and sort of going along with the game. There's no nerves, there's no pressure there for him. He's enjoying the battle.
Yeah, he had a slow start to the week, but a really good Group C campaign, and he kind of looks almost like the senior statesman tonight, doesn't he?
Well, he's got nothing to fear, really, when you look at sort of his career so far. It's in its infancy. There's no scar tissue there. It's all enjoyable. It's all punching up. It's all aggressive. And he's handling it all really well. And he's got something about him. He's almost got a little bit of swagger tonight. There's something different about him, and it's hard to watch and put your finger on exactly what it is, but just there's something different in the demeanour about Jensen Walker tonight. He's looking like a winner.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad way to start, was it, taking out this 92, going on then to get a 4-0 win against David Davis. And I agree, he does have that little spring in his step, doesn't he? Strutting around like Chris Eubank on the stage this evening. Derek Coulson seems to have caught a few people's attention. I saw there was a straw poll on our social media amongst the audience, many of them saying they fancied Derek to win tonight. Do you think he can go on and get the job done?
He hasn't yet, though, has he? And that's the thing with Derek Coulson, and that's where the question mark comes in. We mentioned at the start of the show that he's been in a situation all week where he could qualify, and people kept raising it up against him. And I think that's because, as much as he's a quality dart player, he hasn't yet got that fear factor about him. And I think he needs something like this. I think once he gets something like this and you can say, oh, that's Derek Coulson, Super Series champion, I think he'll be treated very, very differently. But at the moment, it's, oh, that's Derek Coulson, he's dangerous. He's more than dangerous. He could win this, and he could win this quite easy the way he's been playing. But I think he needs that win as well.
Well, it's an entire series that's been building up to this night and the Final 4 that's about to get underway. But let's reflect on some of the highlights of Series 10. To do that, Henry Deacon and Paul Nicholson are on stage.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of fun, haven't we, over the last few months here at the Super Series, and we've had some fun in each other's company, haven't we, as well, in Series 10. There's been some intriguing moments. But before we go into the highlights, I just want to talk a little bit more generically, because it's felt like this series, the Super Series, has just kind of elevated itself another level. We've seen the likes of Steve Beaton, Simon, obviously Mervyn King, who is here tonight, make their day. But we've also seen the likes of the new established names in the ADC. Obviously, Sam Spivey in the semi-finals tonight when it comes to 4. It's felt like the Super Series has become much more of a competition in Series 10, and a real serious competition as well.
It's evolving in many different ways. We've got more people coming from the PDC Tour, people like Beaton, Whitlock, obviously coming here a couple of times in this series. But it's not just the people come from the Pro Tour and here to the Super Series now. It's about where they're coming from globally. The addition of Peter Washuri from Kenya was a huge, huge story, and we all saw the footage of him going back to Kenya after making a final and ultimately losing out to someone who's still in this tournament tonight. But the ADC have continued to evolve after the Global Championship ended in December. Obviously, this year they're going to go one further by trying to get more established players here via their vaults and other qualifying events. But there have been some incredible moments, and the Super Series has never been stronger.
Right, we were all asked before tonight's show what our moments of the series were. We'll begin with yours. Now, it was something that one of the players that's been knocked out this evening did, Mervyn King, and a 157. That was against Charlie Martin, wasn't it? His qualification week to get through, and it was just the nerve of steel in this particular spot.
Yeah, look at what Charlie's got. He's in a tied game, he's in a better position, and the next thing you know, Mervyn King pulls a rabbit out of the hat. And that was the catalyst for him to go on and win that night. That was an exceptional finish, and it's the one that is really vivid for me. And when you look back on this series, finishes like that will live forever because of what you're able to do in a pressure moment. Mervyn should be proud of that, He would go on to hit a 160 in the final, but I think that finish was even better.
So they asked me to showcase mine, and you can judge whether I've got any kind of judgment or not. It was the Roman 132, the bull double 16 bull. It was just so crazy, but I suppose it just sums up Brian Roman as a player. And I think one of the things that we're seeing here at the Super Series is because of the cameras, because of the attention, and particularly because of the social media attention as well, it feels like players now have got this feeling of being more expressive on the stage. They feel at home here, where you're probably the wrong person to ask because you definitely made a dent on your TV debut. But there was perhaps a lot of people in the past that would be shrinking violets when they get to a stage like this. You look at players coming on debut now, and they just want to thrive on this stage, thrive in front of the cameras, thrive in front of the lights.
People aren't afraid of performing in front of cameras anymore. It's not the 1980s, it's not the 1990s anymore, where a camera is the size of half of a human. Now, cameras are the size of a smartphone, and they're everywhere. So people being filmed, people being photographed, it's not a surprise anymore. And when you've got someone as expressive and as witty and as brilliant as Brian Roman, saying something like that is not a surprise. It's a great moment. I love the wink, by the way, by the Riddler. I like the wink. I don't like the haircut. Sorry, Brian. But it was a great moment to see him do something just a little bit different. And let's face it, when it comes to Brian, that's saying something.
It's fair to say, since we were stood here on the first Champions Night, a lot of things have changed here at the Super Series. We are going to get a 9th champion out of this particular series. 4 more names left in the hat in a series which has given us plenty of highlights. Looking at 132, he's looking for another one of them. Oh no! Oh yes! How about that?
108! It's kind of becoming a bit of a pattern there with Lloyd Walker, the hand up in the air. Hessing looking to come back in response, and he does the same thing. Look, this is contagious, I swear. They're all doing it. They're all at it.
Many shots at a double. Brian only got the one.
He's going for 3 bulls. He's got 2 of them. He's got all 3.
On a third
wow, Romeo Gerberbacks.
From another.
He's done it once, twice, 3 times to 9 data for Conor Heenahan. Treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 80. Jared Cole has done it again. Yes, we saw that, Hendo. We saw that. Hendo, you're right, pal. You're right.
Yeah, we've had some real fun, haven't we? There's been some dramatic moments, some showboating, certainly. Look, you forget, don't you, when we were all asked one moment to remember this series by, we've just been reminded of so many, but what has your takeaway been?
Can I change it to John Henderson stealing Keegan Brown's water? That was brilliant.
He didn't steal it, he was giving him his.
Ah, right, okay, sharing it.
Well, that's what he says anyway.
Yeah, I don't believe that. But for me, it's the big debuts. One of the most exciting things at the start of the year is the changeover of players. We do lose a lot of players as they go and pick up PDC tour cards and they move to other worlds, but at the same aspect where we lose some, we gain some. We've had some real big names join us. Steve Beaton, Mervyn King, Simon Whitlock, to name a few. And not only that, but we get the opportunity to see new players coming through like the ADC systems. And for me, one of the most exciting things is getting to see a lot of different faces. When we look at one of the sort of criticisms of darts at the moment, it's quite repetitive, and we see a lot of the same people on a regular basis. Not here at the Super Series. We get to see a good turnover of players. I mean, players being discovered like David Davis, Sam Spivey are here tonight battling it out for the title. So it's really, I think, the start of the year, one of those things where we go, who is going to be the face of the Super Series in 2025? And I think right now that is open to interpretation.
Well, mine was also a debut. Peter Wachuri, the African qualifier, came from Kenya, really electrified this place, got through to the final. It was Scott Campbell that beat him. But when he went home to Kenya, they were there at the airport to greet him. These were the scenes, actually, when he arrived back. And I've had good chats with Devon Peterson, who helped this pathway get created, the relationship with the African darts group. And he tells me that the impact in Kenya has been enormous, and the financial reward as well for Peter Wachuri, literally enough to buy a house with for what we've done here. So the Modus Super Series is becoming the place to be, the realistic place for African dart players to get exposure. And I think that just spreads further than that brilliant night we had with the Vuvu Sailors itself. A great moment and a great story.
Yeah, it's the story again, isn't it? Like what we saw here at the Live Lounge, on the stage, on the dartboard was great. But I think the real story came after. The moment was sort of the landing home, the scenes we've just seen, the impact. I mean, I remember that night very, very well. The videos we was getting sent in of the people watching the darts clubs enjoying and joining in with the moment. And I think the impact was greater than what happened in this building.
Absolutely right. Well, back to this building tonight, because we are going to see the semi-finals get underway very, very shortly indeed. It's going to be Derek Coulson against Sam Spivey and Jensen Walker against Scott Campbell. I'm just going to ask you the obvious question. Who's in the final?
Well, the two players I really sort of had an eye on tonight, Jensen Walker and Scott Campbell, have got each other. So I'm going to have one in the final and I'm going to lose one of the others. I think that's a very, very 50-50 game. Derek Coulson is looking the most likely at the moment. He will have the advantage of throw as well against Sam Spivey. That could be massive. However, we saw Spivey last night when his back was up against the wall, came out swinging. I'm going to go, though, with Derek Coulson and... Do I have to go Campbell?
Okay, there we go. We've got a prediction finally. Derek Coulson is in action in the first semi-final. He takes on Sam Spivey. Paul Starr is the MC.
Well, welcome back to the party in Portsmouth. We're coming to you live on Pluto TV from the Modus Live Lounge. Well, it's the semi-final stage on Champions Night here at the 10th Modus Super Series. And yes, we are ready. And of course, the players are ready. Can you please welcome DC Derek Coulson? And please welcome Seaside Sam Spivey!
Here we go then, semi-final time. And Derek Coulson has got destiny in his sights. But he can only grasp that destiny if he takes out Sam Spivey in this semi-final. An all left-handed affair, which guarantees that we will have our second southpaw in a Super Series Champions Night final. The only time it's ever happened was when fellow player from Scarborough, Graham Usher, was there in the first series. Is Sam Spivey about to do the same? Is he going to go one better? Plenty of questions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Derek to throw first. Game on.
But Derek Coulson, does he start this game as favourite, Matthew Edgar?
He's got to, hasn't he? He's the favourite now of the players that was left in, because we did lose Mervyn King very early. Mervyn King just fractionally favourite, although there wasn't
96.
really much to separate any of them at the start of play. Before a dart was thrown, Derek Coulson trading at 7-2, Sam Spivey 4-1, which meant the odds compilers didn't really know the direction of these two players. But, however, they would have made Coulson favourite on the basis of him throwing first. That could be a big, big telling factor.
140.
We were in the studio with Chris Murphy at the top of the show, Matt, and we were talking about Derek Coulson constantly being top of the stats.
41.
Pretty much all week. Monday, he was the best, average-wise, and percentage on doubles. Same on Tuesday. Same on Wednesday. In Group B, he was doing exactly that.
171.
He hasn't done exactly that much on the treble 19s, but not a bad time to find it. But tonight, he's top of the stats again.
100.
It's no guarantee of success,
94.
but it's a pretty good sign.
Game shown the
Well,
first
what a
leg.
start that is for
Coulson.
Derek Coulson. Nice, clean finish. That's going to settle him in. An 11
Second examiner to
darter.
first. Game on.
Even his son seems a bit miffed by.
Daddy's cool. Daddy's Derek cool.
60.
And that first leg was better than cool. Some people get really nervous when they've got their family watching on. Some people are inspired by it.
60.
Starting to get the feeling that Derek is inspired by it because he's 62% on doubles prior to that going in. Because of that first hit
100.
in this semi-final, he is now 9 from 14 for the night and 64% for Champions Evening.
Just makes me think of one sentence.
55.
Derek Coulson, where have you been all our lives?
Shropshire.
100.
Other players in Shropshire may have taken the headlines. I'm pretty sure that Dave Pallett's going to be watching.
140.
We saw Dave Pallett make his return to Super Series darts this series in Series 10, which was great to see. Hopefully we'll see more of him throughout 2025.
140.
Certainly going to be a contender when it comes to Lakeside after picking up a title in Romania. But I said earlier
60.
on about Sam Spivey, one of the most impressive attributes he's got is reactive. Being reactive to play. When someone lays it down against him, he steps it up. And that's what's happened here. Derek Coulson coming out the traps flying. Sam Spivey just brushes it
81.
off, just says, that was only a hold to throw pump. Have a bit of this.
There are times when you're going to have to break Sam open to
95.
find out if he's
Sam
human.
20.
His reactions are chess-like.
Game shown the
What a
second
reaction
leg.
that is.
Sam Spivey.
And that's where you want to go for double 10.
Derek to throw first. Game on.
Don't even think of playing a little bit low on double 10, bringing the 15 and the double into play. That was exceptional. And on his doubles tonight,
57.
Sam is 8 from 17 now, making him 47%. Those numbers that we've talked about in the
100.
last couple of minutes, they are much better than the other semi-finalists.
Looks inviting for one over the top
100.
there. No surprise, see Coulson find that one. He's got a real good understanding of his darts, hasn't he? How they lie, where he wants them in the board, how to use it.
100.
How do you think these 4 players are feeling? Because none of them have ever made the semi-finals of a series before.
I think they'll all be feeling in different ways. I think someone like
100.
Jensen Walker will be really excitable. But I think someone like Derek Coulson will be in a situation where he won't be looking at himself, he'll be looking at the others. He won't be looking at this and going, well, I've never been in this situation before.
100.
I think he's the sort of person who'll look around the room and go, none of these have been in this situation before.
I think we can take the experience of the Circus Tavern back in February as a valuable experience for him.
140.
He's already playing better in this game than the one he had against left-hander Graham Usher. So he keeps bumming into
60.
people from Scarborough in semi-finals.
104.
Doesn't get his treble. He will think he's coming back.
56. Samuel Carr,
Who can find a shot like this with 3 games to go? There may come a time where you need
60.
it. Otherwise, you will
48.
lose. Double 16. Dependable. Usually.
40. Samuel Carr,
This is now a
81.
very big opportunity for Spivey. That may just be the worst start he's had at double 16 this week. Ice cold.
On the third leg. Sam
No
Spivey.
reaction from Spivey.
4 weeks Sam to through
And he
first.
breaks Coulson
Game on.
for the first time in this semi-final.
Maybe this is the ideal game for Sam Spivey in the fact that the eyes would be on Coulson due to the fact that he's statistically been the best player.
85.
Maybe he'll sense that slightly the underdog in this scenario. But one thing is, when you heighten the importance of the situation, when you're in this semi-final,
60.
those breaks of throw are amplified.
Sam may have come in with a bit of chitter-chatter from
99.
fellow Yorkshire players and people who know him, saying he's useful. Even Paul Hinks has said that. Watch out for Spivey. Everybody who said that, they were correct. And wherever Sam goes from here, no matter what he does,
100.
he will not be an underdog. Sorry, Sam, we're taking that away from you.
You'd be surprised how many players actually want to be known as the underdog as well.
120.
Well, that gave a really unusual sound. It's like he was playing guitar and the bottom string on the 60 was a bass. He did prop up that first dart with the second.
96.
He couldn't do it with dart 3. And it hasn't hurt him.
No, he's still in a very good position here, Sam Spivey.
57.
But that could be an issue.
To amplify the fact that stats are only a guide, Coulson's got the better average in this
100.
one.
Samuel Carr, 140.
By 5 points. But he could be 3-1 down.
$60. Derek Carr, 145.
Last 7 darts just haven't gone the way of Sam Spivey. But he will get a shot. He will get a chance to put himself a leg away from the final. He'll be expecting
65.
at least a dart.
Samuel Carr, 80.
All he's got to do is keep them straight.
That's pretty straight. So is that.
40.
Straight.
Derek Carr, 80.
But it's wayward. There'll be a reaction if this goes in. Maybe not from Derek.
40.
Oh, it's a lot closer.
Samuel Carr, 40.
The pain of being part of a darting family. You can do nothing but watch. And now Derek watches as he sees himself on the cusp of elimination. Spivey has 501 points between him and the grand final. Is that the first showing of how he feels? That tells you everything.
96.
He doesn't do anything. No matter whether he wins or loses. Just a little bit of brushing of the hair with the hand.
100.
You would not want to take him on at cards.
But as the finishing line comes in, as you say, just more and more little tells, little signs of emotion. And that's just human nature, isn't
60.
it? When you can start to see the goal of which you set out to do. And that's not just the goal he set out to do tonight or this week. That begins from his weekly win.
100.
Steady. In pressure situations like this, getting a couple of tons, that's impressive. And Derek's losing his way after a very long week.
85.
Jensen Walker has played the most games of anybody coming into these semi-finals.
59.
He's played 27 games. Derek has played 25. Sam, 10. He's got age on his side. And he might have energy on his side. But he doesn't have experience.
100.
And Derek's not done yet.
Pure grit and determination here for Derek Coulson. You can see the exit door, but on the positive,
60.
on the flip side of it,
80.
he only needs to break Sam Spivey once. He will have the throw in 2 out of the remaining 3 legs. You may be about to tick one of them off here.
That's class.
Derek Coulson.
Just imagine how difficult it is
6 legs
to have an 80
through
checkout
first.
like that.
Come on.
Yes, he didn't have to take it out, but in his own mind, he probably thought, I'll feel better if I do.
Well, in my
60.
mind, for Sam Spivey, if he's going to win this, it has to be in this leg. If this goes the distance, you make Coulson favourite, and Sam Spivey opening without a treble. And we've already discussed that that is an ideal dart for Derek Coulson to go over the top.
100.
Case in point. Every game that Sam has played tonight has gone 4-3. Talk about putting yourself through the ringer.
59.
Won the first game against David Davies 4-3. That was a good game. The one against Jensen Walker, though, he was outclassed in the end.
Did you notice those last couple of darts from Spivey just
57.
kicking a little? Just holding on to the dart a little bit too long, trying to place it in the board.
Who's the favourite now?
We've used the word panic a few times this evening. That could start to kick in here for Sam Spivey, because when you've got a 3-1 lead, you'll feel that you've got it. And now, last 4 visits without a treble.
140.
Well, I said that 81 checkout by Spivey was ice cold.
60.
Derek is trying to massage his inner stone cold.
By that, do you mean he's throwing some stunning darts?
Make of it what you will.
82.
You could hear a drop of sweat fall on the
58.
carpet. It's so
Derek
quiet
Carr,
in here.
122.
And the atmosphere is as thick as marmalade. Thankfully, they don't have to throw through Marmalade. That's
52.
okay. But he is susceptible if Spivey can find the best scoring shot of his leg. It's not bad.
Derek 70.
It could be a shot to make the final. I think Derek understands now that this has to go. The point of no return.
54.
Now Spivey can be the second
104.
man from Scarborough and the second left-hander to ever make a Super Series final. Double top. What a shot!
Sam Spivey.
Derek Coulson is not going to get his darting destiny tonight. And we get a little bit of a reaction from Sam Spivey, who saved his best visit of that final leg for the last 3 darts. We could have a left-handed champion. It could be Sam Spivey. It could still be another left-hander. But stats, well, they're just for us. They are but a guide. Spivey takes them and burns them and takes his invitation to the final of series number 10.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's
McGuire,
gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back. Well, the Seasider dream is well and truly on here at the Super Series as Scarborough's Sam Spivey is the first finalist. 104 checkout to defeat the much fancied Derek Coulson, and it is Spivey who is the first player through to the final of Series 10. Who will he take on? Jensen Walker and Scott Campbell are about to do battle in the second semi-final here at the Super Series in front of a packed house at the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, UK. It's all about trying to get their hands on this trophy, and £25,000 on offer for the winner, remember, as well. So without further ado, let's bring you semi-final number 2.
Night finals.
In the
In the semis he goes, winning group number 12. We might not see a better finish tonight than that.
Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth. We're coming to you live on Pluto TV from the Modus Live Lounge. Well, it's the second semi-final time here on the 10th Modus Super Series, and yes, we're ready, and of course, our players are ready. Please welcome the interceptor, Jensen Walker! And please welcome Scott Campbell!
Welcome to the second semi-final of the Champions Night of Series number 10. Somebody is knocking on the door of number 10, and currently Sam Spivey is guarding the door. He's waiting to see who his opponent will be. Will it be the 35-year-old from Aberdeen, the Scotland captain, looking to become the second Super Series champion from north of the border? If he doesn't succeed, though, in making the final, we are guaranteed to have our first English winner since Series 6, which was Scott Taylor. Opportunity knocks. It was back in Series 7 where somebody won the title for the first time.
First leg, Jensen, you through first. Game on.
After winning a week in the first half of the series. That was Andreas Harrison. Then Darius Labanauskas did it by winning week 1.
16.
Then the
Thank
title. And that was in Series 9. It's going to happen again because Spivey won week 3, Jensen Walker won week 2, and Campbell won week 6. What's the number going to be? Who's it going to be?
78.
And I think this game has a different dynamic as well. We can see Jensen Walker. We talked about the pace and how certain players will enjoy
58.
playing against different players. I don't think Jensen Walker is going to enjoy the pace of this one. Jensen just wants to get on with it. He's slightly inexperienced still at the moment. You can get to that point where in these games you want to be active. You want to be throwing
99.
on a regular basis. Scott Campbell is happy to play this at a slower pace, and he's happy to slow it down even further should he not feel
85.
comfortable and settled. See here, just stood at the back of the stage. He's not even approached the hockey yet, and Jensen is stood waiting.
Would you like a little bit of evidence to back that up?
Yes, please.
Jensen hasn't beaten Scott Campbell this week, so maybe Scott is Jensen's bogeyman.
120.
3 games in Group A, 3 victories for the Scot.
You tend to find when you get that first start right, when you're in the right area, you're fine. You can follow it, you can flow. It tends to be, if you're a quicker player playing against someone a little bit slower, if that first start is off and wrong, it's hard to make the adjustment when you don't have rhythm.
14th 180 of the night, courtesy of what we've just
100.
seen from the young man.
118.
Tops.
98. Scott the car 104.
Anybody want another 104? We've just seen it hit by Spivey to make the final. This could be to start the charge. Treble 19. Now, Jensen Walker coming into this semi-final had the lowest doubles percentage of the night of anybody in the semi-finals.
Jensen Walker.
But he's not going to let that stop him in taking a 1-0 lead. 31% before that shot at double 10. Campbell
Thank you.
at 33%. They're just a guide of what's happened. They're not a precursor to what will happen next.
140.
At this stage, is Jensen Walker the favourite for the title?
41.
I think he's showing a good level, but also I think the best thing we can say about Jensen Walker right now is he's showing a lot of maturity. He's handling tough situations. We've already highlighted the issue here of playing the pace, playing against a player he's not yet to beat.
140.
He's handling it really, really well.
And sneakily, Campbell is out-averaging Jensen this evening by about a point.
36.
And his doubles are a shade better as well, so we can't underestimate the person who was the outsider to win Group A on Monday morning. And he was one of the outsiders again tonight.
Does keep looking over in the direction of his family, doesn't he, Jensen Walker? Looking over
60.
for a little bit of support and inspiration. And I think what's good about the section where it's coming from is
100. Scott the car,
it's not nervous energy.
161.
Sometimes when you're watching, sometimes when it's not in your hand, you can transmit nervous energy because you almost want something to happen. It seems to be quite a positive section for him over there.
That is actually something that
41
dart players can communicate to the people who watch. Do me a favour, sit down, look calm. Don't look frantic because I want to feed off you. I don't want to be negative because of you. That's a safe 20.
Well, to draw comparisons to other sports, when you get to the 91st minute of football and all the fans start whistling because they want the referee to blow it, how many times does the tactic then just become
56.
lump the ball because you're panicking in possession?
That's an interesting play there from Campbell.
58.
If he'd gone for the 20s
Scott the car 64.
and found a single, he could have had 2 darts at a double here. This way, by going 16s, he's got to find a treble to get 2 darts. It's only 1.
32. Jensen the car 126.
This could be a game changer. Double 6. Consider the game changed.
Jensen Walker.
Could be a game-changing player.
Jensen to throw first. Game on.
He's had some big hits this week, including the 170 on Wednesday. But that moment on Wednesday afternoon is nothing compared to this. That was a better finish. And he's now 2 legs away
54.
from playing in the championship match.
And again, a great recovery because that was a real poor start to the leg there as well. A great out there for Jensen Walker. And what I'm enjoying about watching Jensen right now is someone I've been aware of for a while, I've watched for a while, I've got to know over the last few years. And if there was a criticism you'd say about Jensen Walker is he's too nice. Not here. He's almost got a moody look on his face, a very
47.
steely aggression. It's good to see this side of him coming out.
How would you describe it? It's not nastiness, is it? It's
controlled aggression.
Ruthless aggression?
Very apt, considering what's been going on in the world recently.
There's a lot of thought going into every shot.
58.
He's definitely not in autopilot mode right now. Everything's got his attention. And I think he's starting to understand how close he is.
That's the thing, is it? With controlled aggression, it's very easy to lose the word controlled as part of that.
60.
Yeah, it's very simple to hold on to aggression, isn't it? You just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, but control is something very different.
60.
If the aggression takes over, the control is lost. Can it be regained? Yes, but it's very difficult.
You just saw there a glance over to the family again. Probably knows he's in a bit of trouble now in this leg. Scott Campbell responding well.
40.
Needs a few good scores just to get his rhythm back, and that will do the trick.
164.
If you're Scott Campbell, do you even try and take a bit more pace out the game at this point?
I think he's already doing it. He'll have another, trying to go down the stem. It's worked a treat. Bullseye, anybody?
139. Jensen Walker, 142.
Excellent effort there from Scott Campbell. But this, you feel, would be a fatal blow. Not going to go. Campbell to instantly get back his throw.
134. Scott Walker, 25.
That's an impressive shot. No hesitation.
Game shot
It's like he knew he was going to hit it.
Campbell.
Very impressive from Scott.
Fourth leg Scott to throw first.
It's thirsty work. Sometimes water is functional if you're feeling a little bit drained, a little bit dehydrated. But sometimes dart players just use the water as a way of resetting themselves. It's something to do for a couple of seconds. And nobody epitomizes that more than Jensen this week.
$91.
Well, we was talking about the timing, how long you keep Jensen from the oche, how much of that rhythm he gets to keep.
57.
And it has been 56 seconds since Jensen last thrown to the point where he got to throw those 3 darts. And we questioned, is there going to be a point where Scott Campbell tries to control the game? I think we're in that moment now. I think we're in the eye of that storm.
100.
Yeah, Monday saw Campbell win by 4 legs to 2 in the 7th game of the week.
100.
Campbell would then step it up a notch in game 9 of Tuesday, winning by 4 legs to 1, averaging nearly 94. He had 80% on doubles in that match. But then on Wednesday, the day that gave Campbell the Group A title,
100.
He was playing his best darts of the week. And he beat Walker again, 4 legs to 3. That would be the
58.
precursor to him finding averages of 100 and 109 later on, which would see him amass 20 points, giving him this ticket to Group 1 tonight.
He's getting a little bit fidgety, isn't he, Jensen, in the background? Starting to
40.
pace, and that's what Scott Campbell will want. If he could see this right now, he'd be delighted with this, because he knows that with that, Jensen just wants to be at the oche.
85. Scott Walker, 170.
He's not going to change Jensen, so you've just got to be okay with it. Now what does he do? Double switch? Had to, really.
42.
And that is a pesky looking 128.
Two poor visits there from Campbell. 40 and 42. Hasn't
100.
chipped off too much of the score.
Scott the car,
Plenty to do here
128.
for a level game in semi-final number 2.
2 trebles or just the one? That's it.
82.
But that's not
Jensen
that for leg 4.
101.
Walker's already taken at 126. He's not going to take 101. So we may be staring at 2-2.
45. Scott the car,
This
46.
is tense. And you can fully understand it. Everybody left in this tournament tonight is going for the biggest title of their life. 999.
28. Jensen car, 56.
What can you smell, Jensen? On your behalf, I think we can all smell something, and it's called opportunity. Sometimes you have to win games where you're uncomfortable. He is uncomfortable, but he still has a dart left for 3-1.
And I think they're living it just as much as Jensen is right now.
16. Scott the car, 18.
Is he thinking too much? Has he lost all of his rhythm? Is aggression taking over?
Absolutely. I said he's looking fidgety. He's losing the composure. This is where Scott Campbell, within the next sort of 9 darts or so, could really take control.
Getting shown the 4th leg. Scott Campbell.
Control is his right now. But for how long?
5th leg, Jensen to through
He
first.
does not have the throw by virtue of coming second in his
Game
group.
on.
Only once have we seen someone win Group A in a Champions Week and go on to get the title. That was Luke Littler in
98.
Series 3. It is a rarity, but so is playing in Group A and Group C, because Andreas Harrison did that in Series 7. Sam Spivey in the final. He was in only Group B.
91.
And nobody's ever done that. New things to start 2025.
58.
It's almost playing the game the same way as the Series 5 champion Jim McEwen. Patiently.
180.
Well, we said Scott Campbell in the next 9 darts or so could start to get control of this. This is a big visit now for Jensen Walker. This could be a turning point. Potential break coming in here for Scott Campbell.
He was never going to leave a finish from 3-4-5. It's impossible. So he needs Campbell to make errors.
Well, there's the first one, because it means he now needs a treble to leave a finish. Finds it.
Ooh. 59.
Well, that wasn't part of the plan. Before tonight, Jensen Walker went out and got a haircut.
140.
He's probably thinking right now this game is taking so much time that he might need another one by the end of it. However, he has left 104, which is the magic number in the last 30 minutes or so.
Again, just controlling the pace. Looking to leave it very handy.
84.
Wayward with the last dart, but he's got himself down.
104.
A couple of darts, singles will do to get a dart at the bullseye. Should Jensen Walker not be able to find? He doesn't. A long way off, a bit of a fly up.
Scott the car, 87.
Campbell, a chance to turn this around. He was 2-0 down. He was chasing. But the dynamic of this game has completely changed.
Double 5.
77.
So close. He thought it was
Jensen
good.
Walker, 48.
Jensen has, on purpose, been leaving double 16 this week. He does again. There's plenty of room to the right of that. And he finds it.
Jensen Walker.
If he is saying to himself right now, I am in control, then maybe the pace is not a factor. He's got a 3-2 lead. And the tape is close. But these are the times where you want to run through it. It does not get closer unless you find more quality.
And I guarantee if Scott Campbell does go on to lose this match, he will reference that double 5 attempt to break the throw and go 3-2 up as the moment that it could have turned.
140.
But a good start here from Campbell. Kicking off with a max. Wanting to take us all the way where he would be against the throw.
We are painting the picture tonight, aren't we, that games during the week are purely to get to Saturday night. Maybe it's fate
121.
that Jensen is up against Campbell after those 3 defeats. And if he beats him just once,
140.
that will be enough to make the final game. Oh, now,
60.
Was that the right play? There was a lot of shoulder in that last dart. Got to move again.
57. Scott Walker, 140.
He's left to finish. He's got a chance should Scott Campbell not be able to take this out.
And we've seen both of these finishes here this week. Is he going to stay on the treble? How good is that dart? On its own, that is brilliant. But this next one is way more important.
120. Jensen Walker,
Great effort.
164.
But is that the last dart he's going to throw here in this semi-final?
There is your answer.
60. Scott Walker,
Most
20.
left-handers love double 10. But Campbell tends to use double 16 more. You might love double 10 right now. He hates double 5. It's cost him 2 legs now.
Jensen
And look
Walker,
what Jensen's got.
104.
This number keeps coming up. Double 12. For another 4-2 semi-final on another 104. But it is a different way. This is for the final.
92. Scott Walker, 4.
It's close. But close isn't good enough in darts. Double 2.
Game
Very
show with
well
6
found.
legs.
We go the
Scott
distance in
Campbell.
semi-2.
7th and final leg, Jensen to through first. Game on.
This is what we like to call an Andy Dufresne game. Sometimes you've got to go through a river of mud to get to the river.
100.
That is not mud anymore. And you can put your arms aloft and say, right, I'm free.
Treble was the minimum requirement there for Jensen Walker, and he's found it. Make Scott Campbell feel he's got to go and hit 2. Make him chase. Make him force the issue.
60. 58.
Well, Matthew Edgar next to me in the commentary box right now is thinking, Jensen Walker is a very clever dart player, but why has he done what he's just done?
Big mistake. If Scott Campbell goes in and hits something big here, he's in a spot of bother. He's quite fortunate here. Campbell's not found. The switch cannot be the 19s if you've only got the one treble. A 180 now has no impact in regards to leaving the finish. He's still 9 darts away.
60.
And he's vocalising his frustration. The Jensen supporters don't have any fingernails left.
$96.
This is steady from Campbell. Is steady good enough to break in this last leg, though?
That
could be one of the best 140s he's ever hit. He's got 6 in this semi-final. That's double what Campbell has found. And he desperately needs one now.
No treble at all
43.
for Scott Campbell. And now Jensen Walker is guaranteed 6 darts here at the 143. He's already had 1 match dart. He'll be expecting more.
107.
Beautiful setup play there for Jensen Walker. He's got 3 darts in hand. He knows he's coming back. Campbell can do nothing. Just hit and hope.
Hope is a dangerous thing, my friend.
36.
What Jensen is looking for is assurance. He decides not to throw dart 3. This will be his 4th match dart. He knows if he misses this, he might not make the final. What he has to do right now is channel. And he does!
Jensen Walker.
An exceptional last dart from Jensen Walker. Puts him into the final of Super Series 10. It could still be his destiny tonight. The process he went through to get that final double in, that was brilliant. And the one player who has had his number more than anybody else this week is now dispatched on finals night. The immediacy of that victory, it was just so much passion and support towards his family. But now, seconds later, he realizes the job is not done. The final is imminent. It's Walker versus Spivey.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember. I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
So the final is set. Sam Spivey, 29 years of age from Scarborough, and the 18-year-old Coventry lad Jensen Walker through to it. Somebody is going to have a life-changing evening tonight, and the tension in those semi-finals, particularly that second one between Jensen Walker and Scott Campbell, was palpable. I was out in the arena for that, and it was remarkable. Really was remarkable. Matt, you were watching, commentating on it. You could feel it in there as well.
Oh, absolutely. And you could see it in the players' reactions as well. Jensen Walker having to step back. How he pulled that last dart off, by the way, I don't know, because you could really feel it for him. The first two darts a long way off, missed them by quite a sizable difference. And then to compose himself and pull it off the way he did, especially when he weren't getting much rhythm in there. It wasn't just the players, though, that was feeling it. It was also transmitted from the audience as well. He said about, like, people not even wanting to move. Everyone sort of sat like statues because it was so quiet and silent in there. And sometimes in that moment, you actually want a little bit of noise. You actually want a little bit of energy in the room, because otherwise you're trying to inject that yourself. And they was both really under it. Scott Campbell's had a great campaign, but Jensen Walker, hats off, absolutely brilliant.
We've had some different feels on Champions Nights. When Littler was here, you know, it was a raucous atmosphere. The likes of Jimmy Van Ski, and he brought his crowd. Tonight, do you think this has been the most tense Champions Night we've had so far?
Yeah, I think it's tense tonight because of who's in the final. I know that Jensen's got a huge following in this sport. Everybody thinks that he's got a great future ahead of him. But I think the tense nature of this third dart, look at Scott Campbell there. He's thinking, what are you doing? You've got a double 18 to hit and you're off for a walk. But it looks genius now because he wasn't ready to throw. He steps back, he recomposes, and then he decides, do you know what? Now I'm ready. I'm going to go and hit it now. But the tension in there was very palpable. And he let a lot of things out there. I just hope for him that that wasn't a huge adrenaline spike that he can't maintain for the rest of the night.
What does it take to do that, to deliver that dart, when you need to hit it to go through to a big final like this? Because I'm the armchair fan at home who sat there going, he's never going to hit this now, he's built up too much tension. But he's got up and he's backed it up.
There was a lot of things that we could really see there, though, for Jensen Walker. He wasn't just pacing around. Just watch his shoulders. You could see his shoulder. He was inflating, inflating. He was doing breathing techniques. He wasn't just stood there staring into the distance and hoping the situation changed. He forced it to change. And that is absolutely brilliant and exceptional, and something that I think we're going to see a lot more moving forward, because there's a serious amount of money to be played for, not just here, but in the world of darts, and for what Jensen Walker is about to go and do throughout 2025. And what you've got to look at is how can you get those extra couple of percentages, and I think we just saw how he is planning to do so. That is proper sports psychology right there.
Before that, we saw Sam Spivey get the better of Derek Coulson. He did it in quite good style, didn't it? That 104 checkout to get through. Where was that match won and lost?
Well, it was lost at the end for Derek Coulson. I know that Sam was showing really great signs of composure, which is his best thing. He's a great dart player, don't get me wrong, but his ability to withstand and to just stay there and be static and soak up anything an opponent can give him, and he can still perform and do stuff like that. Try and find 104 checkout to make your way into the biggest match of your life. It takes talent, and it also takes the ability to stay cool under pressure in a different way to Jensen Walker. I think what we've seen is Spivey naturally being able to get through, whereas Jensen Walker has educated himself in how to get through. So two very different styles, but ultimately they'll go head-to-head now.
Well, it was almost the same scenario, wasn't it, in a different way. Coulson's waiting on 16 there for 3-3. He would have had the darts and the decider. So even though he hasn't done this big build-up like Walker did, he might have had to hit that shot, and he did.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Coulson's probably going to be maybe disappointed when he gets back and looks at this and reflects on it, because in terms of the levels, in terms of the stats, they have been the best of anybody here. He hasn't been able to capitalise them. And that's going to frustrate him, because he'll be wondering how he can have the performance but not get the results to match the performance. And that's something he's got to try and find. And I've mentioned a few times this evening, I think he needed this title, because I think this title would have allowed him that. Sometimes on reputation, it gives you that extra visit, it gives you that extra moment. And I think he's going to get that title somewhere, and I think he'll be disappointed when he realises it's not this week.
Yeah, he won't be adding his name to the Super Series Roll of Honour tonight. There it is in all its glory. Conan White had the Series 1 winner. Raymond Smith won Series 2, hasn't yet been back to defend that title. Luke Littler then winning back-to-back series, nobody coming close to doing that since. Jim McEwen, Scott Taylor, Andreas Harrison, Marvin van Velzen and Darius Labanauskas, three successive overseas champions. Sam Spivey and Jensen Walker are going to battle it out for the Series 10. The trophy will be set in England this time around. We've seen different journeys for all of the previous winners. Look, we're going to do something surprising here and not talk about Luke Littler, because that story is so well known now. But the likes of Marvin van Velzen, he's gone on and got a tour card. Littler aside, who do you think winning this has done the most for so far?
Oh, that's a really good question. You try and go in chronological order. You look at someone like Jim McEwen. Maybe that is the biggest thing he will ever win, because since then, I know he's done very well in seniors, but hasn't really kicked on since. Now, age is something that we all fight, and I would like to think that Jim comes back and has more success. Scott Taylor, number 6, has he done anything since? I think he would have to admit that maybe he hasn't. So there are more opportunities for him in the future. I'm going to have to say Andreas Harrison, because he's been seen as a good player for quite a few years. But what he did to Cam Crabtree in that final, and what he's done since with Nordic and Baltic, with on the European Tour last year when he played in Belgium against Gary Anderson, people fear him now. And what Matt was just saying about winning this title and having a reputation wherever you go, it does happen. Andreas is so good, and it is a miracle somehow that he has not won a tour card, but he has really changed Swedish darts for the better because of that victory.
And Matt, what could it do for whoever wins tonight's final?
When you look at where the Super Series is positioned in the world of darts, and you look at the people that won tour cards last year, a lot of them had success here at the Super Series. It is a real good platform, a crash course in darts, certainly at that level, to get you ready for what's to come next. And when we reference people like Jim McEwen, it felt like that was his crowning moment. It didn't feel like it was a stepping stone to something else. It felt like, this is your moment, Jim McEwen. I don't feel like that for these players tonight. I feel it will be up until now. This will be the biggest title they've ever won until now. It'll be the biggest payday. However, I do feel like there's better things ahead. I think there's big things ahead for them. I think they're going to look at going into the professional game. And I think this can be a real stepping stone that in a couple of years' time, we could look back and go, that's the moment that it all changed for them.
Legacy awaits here at the Live Lounge. It's Sam Spivey versus Jensen Walker. It's a grand final of Modus Super Series 10.
What a shot!
Sam Spivey!
And he does!
Jensen Walker.
Well, welcome back to the party in Portsmouth. We are coming to you live on Pluto TV from the Modus Live Lounge. Well, this is it, the grand final of the 10th Modus Super Series, and yes, we are ready. The players are ready, and it's tungsten time. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the interceptor, Jensen Walker!
I am number one, not number two. If I'm not the one, I'm uncomfortable. See the competition I've been running through. Leveled up, I only see him in my rear view. Switch. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Yeah, I'm ballin'.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Seaside, Sam Spivey!
Here we go then. It all comes down to this. 141 players competed in Modus Super Series 10, and now just 2 are left standing. Jensen Walker, the teenage talent from Coventry, who won week 2 really early on this year, takes on Scarborough's Sam Spivey, 29 years of age, who won the very next week. The pair of them have fought their way to the final, and now darting destiny awaits. The winner will get their hands on that brand new trophy, the gold medal around their neck, a £25,000 bank balance boost, and a place at the ADC Global Championship. Plenty on the line. Will Jensen be
Ladies and
walking
gentlemen, first
in a
leg,
Walker
Jensen
Wonderland?
through first. Game on.
Let's find out in the company of your big match commentary team,
34.
Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
All week long, we've had a countdown to Champions Night. Now, there are
100.
no games left before the final. This is it. This is the last game of Series 10.
82.
Some people say it's trophy time. It's title time. It might be time to start writing your story.
96.
Matthew Edgar's with me and has been all night long. And you believe this is just the start for somebody.
I think it's the start for both. I think winning this game is not going to change the path that the both players are going to walk, and I think they're both going to go onto some really good things within
58.
this sport. I see them both on the professional tour within the next couple of years. But right now, that'll seem so far away, and the players
60.
won't see that right now. All they'll see is what is to the left-hand side of them there, that trophy, and that £25,000, the biggest paycheck they will ever receive until now in this sport.
100. Jensen Walker, 145.
25 surely. Or
99.
treble 19.
Jensen Walker, 147.
We haven't had a 147 all week. But this is not snooker.
95. Jensen Walker,
Walker
46.
is in a very different game in this final compared to the semi. It will be a lot quicker. And he will be comfortable.
Jensen Walker.
His key to success in this
Second leg,
final
Sam
is
to
to
third
keep
first.
Sam
Game
Spivey
on.
away from the outer ring. Because Sam tonight is 50% on doubles. If you keep him adrift with superior scoring, you can beat him.
60.
Don't give him chances. And sometimes Jensen does need a little bit of extra time to get over the
96.
line because he's only 32%. We still don't know where Lorenzo is.
Well, one thing for sure, he's missed out on a cracking night of darts here, hasn't he, in finals night? Been dramatic.
96.
I think would be the best word to describe how things have gone so far. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty more drama to come, despite the fact we're in the last potential 6 legs of the week.
Yeah, Jensen looking to become the first player to be undefeated on Champions Night since Andreas Harrison
140.
in Series 7. And his route to the final match was the same as Jensen's.
121.
Group A and Group C. Sam Spivey looking to do something that nobody's ever done, which is just play in Group B and then get the title.
130.
This is a good response from Sam, but hang on.
98.
This final
75.
is fast. Double 12.
$69.
What a chance
Jensen
for Walker
52.
to take a 2-0 lead and to get to the halfway point in no time at all.
I thought it was in. We know this doesn't fluster Jensen Walker. We know he can do this. Recompose, come back with 1 dart in hand.
Game show in the second leg. Jensen Walker.
Not for the first time. He hits a double after a pause.
Third leg Jensen to through first.
If he keeps hitting doubles like that, he'll get nothing but applause.
Game on.
He said it's fast. It might be over fast. He's halfway there.
He's a vastly better player
96.
after this series than what we've seen before. And if anybody epitomizes the pyramid of the Modus Super Series when it comes to improvement, it is
60.
Marvin van Velsen. He came here, he was all right. Then he got better. Then he got better
96.
again. And then he became a winner. And now he can't even come here because he's on the Pro Tour. Walker is improving with every series.
140. $99.
Derek Coulson's in the crowd now, watching on to see someone win what he wanted.
77.
There he is. He'll be disappointed, but he did get 1 step closer this time around.
100.
First person to get 3 consecutive Champions Nights. He'll come back in Series 11, I'm sure, to try and make it 4.
129.
Sam's doing a really good
Jensen
job of
Walker,
leaving
10.
finishes, but Jensen Walker is getting all the shots at the end.
58. Samuel Carr, 95.
Does this have to be hit?
He's gone for a double-double there, Sam Spivey. Hasn't found it. And Jensen Walker, we know what he's going to do. He loves double 16. And he's going to get 2 darts here, you feel,
55.
to put himself
Jensen
a
Carr,
leg
52.
away from the title. Big 20. Double 16. Composure.
36. Samuel
But he
Carr,
offers
40.
an olive branch. Something that Spivey can't miss.
Game shot
And
the
he
third
doesn't.
leg, Sam Spivey.
Again, he just looks so relaxed. I'm sure he won't
Fourth leg
feel
Sam
it.
to through first.
How could
Game
you?
on.
When you're trying to get the biggest paycheck and the biggest title of your career to date. But it is odd sometimes, and I can say from personal experience that when you're playing your 4th game
125.
of the day, you might be walking on a cloud right now thinking it's just a game of darts.
80.
You know, they merge together, don't they? Sometimes it loses the importance. Certainly when your opponent's playing well as well. You tend to find the nerves come when your opponent starts to miss, because then you start to sense opportunity. The best thing for both these players
58.
right now is that they both go up there and just continue to hit. As soon as the misses come, it just adds in the drama.
And you don't realise what you've achieved
140.
until after it's done. Not necessarily a bad thing. It would be a nice problem to have on Sunday and Monday.
60.
Tremendous use of the treble 19. Now, obviously, leaving 6 points out there by not using the 60 means he hasn't left a finish.
98.
We saw a 160 finish in a final in week 9.
96.
It was
on the
by
car,
Mervyn King,
160.
who was first out tonight. Tops.
120.
The flight had everything to do with it. And the moment that point was anywhere near that flight, it was never in. Double 16 again. This time with only the 1. That's a break of throw in the final. That's right. 3 words. Come on, Jensen. That's what he's saying to himself. That's what his family are saying to him.
Game on.
He's never been this close to this much money before. He can almost smell the metal on the trophy. A mature
60.
and quality-filled performance. That trophy has never been lifted by a dart player, but it might be in the next few minutes.
134.
Imagine being the first person to grasp that trophy and get that gold medal.
And he's doing it in style as well. 5 big power trebles here with the opening 6. He's completely eliminated Sam Spivey out of proceedings. This is now all about Jensen Walker. Sam Spivey is purely just a bystander.
57.
And it's now just, can Jensen Walker finish the job?
Jensen won Group C this week. Sam won Group B.
60. Jensen, your car, 130.
But there can be only one winner in this game. He's not going to go for the ball.
98.
I'm sure there was a little bit of temptation there saying, can I finish this whole job on the best target on the board? But he wants familiarity.
Car, 32.
His trusty double 16. There's winning on Saturday nights in Portsmouth. Then there are winning series on Saturdays.
16.
It will have to wait. You can almost hear the heartbeats of the Walker family.
Well, he earned that luxury, didn't he, from the big power scoring, but that luxury of time is now gone. The time is now.
How does he hit that? That's how he hits it! And Jensen Walker is a Super Series success story.
Jensen Walker!
Series 10 belongs to the Interceptor with a miracle dart on double 8. Now he can let every single emotion out of his body. A sensational performance in the final. He didn't even have to have the best average, but boy oh boy did he give himself enough chances. This could just be the start of his career, and this is a night he will remember forever. The average was just under the 90 mark, but there's one thing you can't see on that stat sheet, and that is the winning shot at double 8, which he could barely see. Jensen Walker has won Super Series 10 and has beaten Sam Spivey by 4 legs to 1. That is your Roll of Honor. Jensen Walker joins the list. Labanauskas didn't defend the title. He couldn't. Van Velsen went to the tour. He has now picked up the title by winning his way through via Group A and Group C And just like the Series 7 champion Andreas Harrison, he has got his hands but on the new trophy. Jensen Walker is the winner.
Yeah, a new winner, Jensen Walker. He's just got £25,000 richer. The medal is round his neck. The trophy's about to be in his hands, and he's also got a place at the ADC Global Championship. Let's see if he can give us a few words. He's on stage with Henry Deacon.
Jensen Walker, many congratulations. You just said there, you've done it for Coventry, but you've done it for yourself. Modus Super Series champion. Many congratulations. How does that sound? How do you feel?
And I didn't say I'd done it for Coventry, I said I done it to make up for Coventry today. After that, yeah. But nah, it's unbelievable. I said on Friday it'd be up there, and it remains up there. You know, it's the biggest win I've had yet. So without a doubt, you know, it's unbelievable. Really, it hasn't really sank in yet. The same as what it did the first week, really. But I know it will, and it's unbelievable, really. And first of all, can I say thank you all for the support. It's been much appreciated tonight. Thank you.
Let's talk about that final then. And what you felt were the key points in that game, particularly in that middle portion where you and Sam were kind of jazzing it out. You then took an advantage. It felt like from that point onwards, particularly that last leg, you just weren't relinquishing. You were finding power trebles. You were basically outscoring your opponent.
Yeah, to be fair, I didn't really feel too much pressure in the final, which probably helped a little bit. I felt pressure in the game against Scott. But to be fair, the 66 was really, I think, the turning point between me and Sam. I could feel him creeping back into the game. I could feel his dominance coming into the game because I think he was, in my opinion, from my perspective, I feel like he was starting to dominate the game a little bit. I could feel that. I could feel I was starting to lose a bit of control. He misses that 160, I take out 66. Then I feel like I relax even more than what I was. And then the 180, and then I kind of knew it was just steady from here, and it's game.
What could you see of that 888?
Not a lot, really. I think I was over near the corner. I don't know, really. When you're in the zone, it's all kind of a haze to a degree, I suppose.
What does this title, what does the money, what does everything that comes with it mean to you?
Oh, it's going to be huge. It's going to out massively. You know, the confidence of winning this. You know, I come into this week and I kind of viewed it as a free shot. Perhaps that was a little bit modest of me, a little bit humble. I should start to believe a little bit more, maybe. And yeah, hopefully, it's going to add a lot of confidence to myself. So yeah.
And this is such a springboard for yourself as well, because winning this trophy, of course, it's a big title to win, but also gives you qualification as well for the ADC Global Championship, which is going to be here at the end of the year. Possible 60 grand on top of that to win in that particular competition. And this is what I suppose the Super Series does. This has given you a real springboard now for, obviously, that competition, obviously being the first one of the year. This is a springboard for the season ahead, right?
Yeah, 100%. The stage experience it's given me is unbelievable. I've not really had too many bad experiences on this stage, so it's always nice, if I go up to a different stage away from the Modus, I don't know whether that be Lakeside, UK Open, whatever I've done, I can always relay on my experience here and to use it as a little bit of confidence moving ahead. So what I've done here will certainly help, 100%, without a doubt.
And finally, what's the first thing you're going to spend the 25 grand on?
Oh, God. Ooh.
Careful, because your family are down there.
A burger and chips. We'll go with a burger and chips. Burger and chips all round, guys. Family burger and chips, yeah, there we go.
Hey, that's on camera, by the way, so you're going to have to do it. Right, Jensen, your moment has come. Many congratulations. We're going to crown you champion. To do that, we're going to hand over to Mr. Paul Starr.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful series of darts we have seen here, of course, at the Modus Super Series. And yes, we are ready. The champion's ready. And it's trophy time, so receiving £25,000, the gold medal, and of course this wonderfully sparkling new trophy. He is the new Modus Super Series champion, the Interceptor, Jensen Walker! One more time, the 10th Modus Super Series champion, the Interceptor, Jensen Walker!
Yeah, big moment for Jensen Walker there, lifting the trophy. He wants to keep doing it all night, and who can blame him? Look, he's spoken about this potentially being a springboard. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar are alongside me now. That's how he should look at it, isn't it? Look, tonight, enjoy it. Try and win another week, another series this year if you can. But 18 years of age, winning something like this, he must feel like he's got the world of darts at his feet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's going to be a lot of challenges for him in the next few months. Now there's expectation, but for the time being, I think if he was to come and chat with us for 3 or 4 minutes, we'd say, go and enjoy this, Jensen. This is a lot of hard work that's happened over the course of the last few months because he won his week very, very early. Do yourself a favour, enjoy it for a couple of days. Just settle, let the dust settle, look at the trophy, enjoy it, and then get back to work because this is where things begin.
Yeah, look, it is where things begin, but just this moment, what's it like experiencing winning something in front of your family, in front of your friends? What will he be feeling right now?
He's going to be feeling very, very proud, that's for sure. And my mind goes back to when Luke Littler won this, and it was a similar sort of story, teenage player, and he said, now I can do anything I want when he had that prize money and he had that cheque. And Jensen Walker's probably going to feel the same when he realises what £25,000 is like. And the good thing for Jensen Walker here is, I say I know him, I've met the family, that they're a very supportive bunch and they're going to be the right people to have around him. He's not the sort of person, even though he's 18, put 18-year-old me, put £25,000 in my hand, it wouldn't have lasted a week. I would have absolutely made a mess of it. Where he's going to use this right, and he's probably going to invest a lot of this back into his own career. He's probably going to do the right things with it in terms of managing it and making sure that it stays around for a period of time. He's not going to waste this opportunity because this isn't just a title tonight. This is potentially a career-changing moment for him. Because when you think about now financially what that does and the doors this could open for him, he doesn't have to worry now about how he's going to go to his next tournament. He wants to get to Lakeside. That's an expensive process. I've been on that journey. It's a lot of time in Europe, a lot of flights, accommodations. He can comfortably afford that and then some.
He's going down the Luke Littler line of celebration as well. Littler was kebab, wasn't he? It's burger and chips all round, apparently.
Do we get some? I wouldn't mind that.
Don't let him leave.
I think one of the biggest things I remember about Jensen's journey is just who he's been through. And you think about his winning week. There was Andy Hamilton, Simon Whitlock. We're talking about Graham Hall in that week as well. We are talking about Jamie Hughes. This week, Mervyn King, Derek Coulson. These are incredible dart players. Some of them are legendary dart players. So this is something he can really look back on with pride. And if this doesn't give him the kind of confidence to shoot forward for Challenge Tour victories and WDF victories on a quest to Lakeside, I don't think anything will give him that confidence. So be proud of what he's done. He's shown composure tonight because there have been times where he's lost it. But tonight, composure, accuracy, and a winner.
I think that line of commentary is going to go down in Super Series history as well. How does he get that in? Shall we have a look to see how he did get it in the end? That 8-8 for Jensen Walker. Look, remarkable, isn't it? Just talk us through this, Paul. You were watching it at the time.
Well, he's thrown that one. He thinks it's in. He's thrown the next one from a different angle. And look at that dart. It's spiked. He hasn't hesitated. From his position, he could probably see about 50% of it, but he trusted himself to try and find a little glance off the right side of the barrel. Very difficult dart, because if you hit it too much, it either goes further to the left or it skews possibly into the single 16. It just goes to show how accurate he can be. He's been better on doubles tonight than he was over the course of the week, because that was a bit of a weakness at times. He fixed it.
Yeah, and he's shown in the semi and the final there. He's done it in different ways. We were sat here speaking about that long delay, the build-up of tension. There, he just got on with it and threw it in a small target. Has he shown that he can win matches in different ways tonight?
Adaptable, and that's a real good quality, because he didn't choose to play that way in the semi-final. He was forced to. Scott Campbell sucked the pace out of that game. So he had to react in a way of where he can get it back into his hands and he can control the situation. Jensen Walker's game is about fluency and about pace and about rhythm. And he couldn't find that in the semi-final. Against Sam Spivey, he could. He could just go with the flow a little bit more. Sam Spivey a lot quicker, presented the Yoki a lot quicker. There was one moment I looked at the clock and it was 56 seconds between shots that Jensen Walker had to take his throw. So he can't play the same way. And to be able to adapt the way he did to his opponent and the situation is going to put him in good stead for the future.
Just a quick word on the runner-up, Sam Spivey, and particularly that ADC pathway, because this is a guy who's been playing local vault tournaments, has found himself in the grand final of the Modus Super Series.
Yeah, he should be really proud of what he's done. I think unheralded is probably a word that will follow him around, because he's not someone who grabs headlines with social media profiles or the way he plays. He's efficient, and the way he goes about his business, we refuse to have him under the radar anymore. We know exactly what he can do. He does have a bit of a reputation with people in Yorkshire. He's now gone onto a different stage. I'll be interested to see what he does next. Does he go to the same kind of level as a Tom Sykes? Because I know Matt has mentioned that earlier tonight. Does he go to other heights? Time will see.
Yeah, well, let's just recap what's happened this evening then. Jensen Walker defeating Sam Spivey 4-1 in the final, and that is after winning all of his previous games, including a 4-3 win against Spivey in the group stages as well. That means that it's Walker's name that is added to the Super Series Royal of Honour alongside the likes of Littler, Harrison and the Series 9 champion Darius Labanauskas. Look, legacy is there on that screen. What is Jensen Walker's starting destiny? What, Matt, can he go on to achieve from here?
Well, look at Series 3, 4 and 8. I think he's going to follow in those sort of footsteps. People that go on to the Pro Tour. It is something I know he's got aspirations to do. He did go to Q School this past year to gain some experience, to see what it was like. He acquitted himself very well, but by his own words, felt like he wasn't quite ready at the time. Now, I feel like he would be.
In terms of this series and tonight as a whole, where do you think it sits in terms of memorable Super Series Champions Weeks and nights?
It's right up there. I don't think this series will be as iconic as Series 7. That just had something else about it. That finish of 1-2-1 by Harrison, it still burns around this place. That is a fact. But there are many, many different things about Series 10 that might have a ripple effect on the next 2 or 3 years. People coming from the Pro Tour, the ever-growing ADC, and I think when it comes to Series 11, it's really important that we start casting that net even wider. Series 10 has started that again with Kenya, with more Australian representation. This is now a worldwide product, and we want the world to see it, to experience it, and we want them to play it.
We certainly do. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your work tonight and this entire series. It's been another fabulous series, but tonight it ends with Jensen Walker winning the title. Don't forget, the channel goes on 24/7. Plenty of fantastic stuff coming your way. And next week, it is Women's Week here at the Live Lounge. That gets underway from 9:30 a.m. on Monday morning. Following that, International Pairs, the first ever pairs tournament. We're going to see nations do battle on the stage here. And then Series 11 gets underway. But Series 10, well, it's been dramatic, it's been tense, it's been a lot of fun. But in the end, we are walking in a Walker Wonderland.
It is Champions Night, of course, in Series 10.
Double 12. We might not see a better finish tonight than that.
Scott Campbell.
He wouldn't have to win his second match to qualify for the semi-finals.
Game shot in the match.
A 4-2 victory it is. He was right, and Spivey strikes again.
Derek Coulson is 2 games away from glory. And Jensen Walker has raced into the semi-finals.
He's going to have the darts in the semi-finals. Finals. In the semis he goes.
Showing
Well, what a start that is for Derek Coulson.
What a shot!
Sam Spivey.
Double six. Consider the game changed. What he has to do right now is channel. And he does! An exceptional last start from Jensen Walker.
The second leg. Jensen Walker.
Not for the first time. That's a break of throw in the final. How does he hit that? That's how he hits it! And Jensen Walker is a Super Series success story.
Jensen Walker!
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit. And it
comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty